Hi, Mayor.
How we doing?
Okay,
Ready to go?
we are.
Okay, all right.
Hi there, I'm doing a sound check.
Hello, we hear you. We hear you.
Hang on one sec. Trying again. All good?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
And Mike Bates.
Hey, Mike.
Bruce, are you there?
Richard, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I still can't hear you guys.
Hmm.
Can't hear you. I don't know what it is with the laptop.
Make sure the volume's all the way up.
So what? Don't worry about it.
All right.
Figured it out.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I figured it out. I can hear you.
Well, you're ready now to work at Best Buy.
5:30, Mayor.
Okay, I'm looking for a quorum. Gail, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, Vice Mayor's here, Gail's here. Nat, are you here?
Yeah, I'm present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Welcome, everyone, to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez, absent. Vice Mayor Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Budd.
Here. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the items for the closed session tonight, please?
Yes, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following item: conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? Anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we have
Ursula.
one public speaker, Eli Moore. And it looks like I'm not able to activate him.
Looks like he
Oh,
took
he
his
just,
hand down
so
also.
he did. Yes, he did.
Okay, so we don't have any speakers.
Okay, thank you. We're now adjourned to closed session.
Hey, Pamela, do you think I have time to go home to do this at home? I'm part of the youth work. I'm not sure she's can hear me. Anyone here? Hello?
Who is talking to me?
Oh, it's Bokai from youth work. I'm looking, I think I may see that we are like the last on the agenda for the workforce. Do you think I have time to go home or no?
You said for the workforce?
Yes.
Which item?
For the reimagining, I don't have
Well, I can't, where do you live?
I live in Pinot.
Okay, so right now it's 6 o'clock. You may have a little time to, if you can go and come right back, because this
No,
item.
no, I was gonna do the meeting at home.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, would that work, or no, you don't think it's a good idea?
Yeah.
I'm asking to see if I can, I would get there at time.
A lot of people do it from home. Okay, yeah, just go straight home, because this item may get moved forward. Maybe it moved, pushed up. Be heard soon.
Okay.
So, yeah. I think
Maybe
you have time to go to Pinot.
well, I don't know with traffic. That's why I wanted to know that if they sometime they move the agenda around, so I just want to make sure. Yeah.
You just never know. But,
I'll just sit here. Then Mr. Venantel will be upset at me.
yeah, okay.
That's okay. Thank you,
All right.
Pamela.
Bye.
KCRT staff. Can I test my share screen?
Sure, go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
Oops. Now it's in full screen. So you're gonna run it on your end?
Yeah, what are you seeing? Are you just seeing the slide or are you also seeing the next slide?
No, I see the full slide when you do full screen like that.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, I can run it and
Okay.
then it move to the next one. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
What time do we expect them back?
When they're finished.
When they're finished, okay.
Not trying to give you a smart ass answer.
Mary, your mic is unmuted.
Thank you.
public input and participation are
We're finished, Pam. Sue, Richard, we're on our way back.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are you back? Can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
I mean, it clearly looks like you unmuted yourself, but your microphone isn't producing audio.
I don't know what happened to everybody between closed session and open session, Miss Pam, but I promise you we had a quorum.
Okay. We're patiently waiting, waiting.
Eduardo is, Councilmember Martinez is here. Councilmember Willis is here. So as soon as we get one more, we can get started.
Happened to the mayor.
I think he was having some sound issues. We're going to see if he's. No, we still can't hear you, Mr. Mayor. You might want to utilize the drop-down menu on the microphone and try to test your test speaker and microphone. And while you do that, we're just going to go ahead and get started for the sake of time. Madam Clerk, if we can go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez. Absent. Vice Mayor Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And did Mayor Butt join us yet, or?
We still can't hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so he's here, but you just can't hear him. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
The next item on the agenda is the public comment instructional video. Madam Clerk, if we can go ahead and roll that video.
I just wanted to say I am here present.
Yes. Thank you.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
All right, beautiful. So next on the agenda, we have statement of conflict of interest. Do we have any?
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I am going to recuse from item J1 out of an abundance of caution to avoid the appearance of any sort of conflict. Julian Gross, who is mentioned in the staff report, is my former law partner at the law firm where I was until last October when I left to come to Richmond. And so I'm going to go ahead and recuse. James Atencio, Senior Assistant City Attorney, will act as the city attorney on this item as needed.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Do we have any more conflict of interest that needs to be acknowledged? If not, we're going to move on to item D, which is agenda review. Do we have any changes to the agenda? I know I had one. I wanted to move item J3 up to be after the consent calendar. If there are no objections from my fellow colleagues, we're going to move that up to go after the consent calendar. Yes, Ms. Pam.
And we have a request from the public to remove item H6 from the consent calendar. And that item will be heard at the end of the agenda.
And they had the opportunity to clear it with the city attorney's office and all of that good stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
But council member, I know that is the standard to move them to the end of the agenda. This is an important one to get to tonight. We can just think about that as we move through the agenda tonight, depending how long things go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I see no other hands up from my colleagues, so we are going to go on to the next. agenda.
Yeah, I'm at a.
Hey, Councilmember Bates, you're not muted. We can hear your whole conversation right now. All right. So the next item on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I guess I'm back.
We just got done with agenda review, and I will pass it back to you to finish chairing the meeting.
Go ahead with the next item. I got to pull the agenda back up.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. Madam Attorney, do you have any?
There were no final decisions made in closed session.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a report from the city manager, and I see she has a special report on the Ryden Castro Safe Parking Program.
Thank you. Yes, and while our community development director is getting in place, and they'll be getting a short presentation for you on that, I will share just a couple of other quick items. I got fabulous news this afternoon that our Hacienda Affordable Housing Development has officially closed and is moving forward. So in addition to the virtual groundbreaking that we were able to manage earlier this year, that is now officially, we're going to be working furiously to get those units back in productivity for low-income seniors. It's 150 affordable units, and there's going to be a number of services, including health and wellness programs and skill building. So that's really great news. We also have a budget meeting coming up on Thursday at 6 p.m. Please see our meeting. This is a community budget input session. So that is happening again Thursday at 6 p.m. And a reminder on yet another one of our grant programs. Through our partners. There is no cost solar available in certain parameters in Richmond. So on Thursday, June the 10th, that's next week at 7 p.m., there is going to be information available about no cost solar for qualifying homes. You need to live in your home and have and be within certain income limits. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lena.
Thank you, Laura. Can the council see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. I'm here to provide a brief update on the Ryden Castro Safe Parking Program. So I'd like to introduce you to HCEB staff. Housing Consortium of East Bay is our operator for the two sites. And so we have Danny Longo, as well as Azeel Green, who are the program manager, as well as the housing navigator staff. And they began their work beginning May 3rd and are on site Monday through Friday. Right now, their schedule starts early in the morning and goes until mid-afternoon. But we're currently looking at when would be the best time to be on site to provide maximum availability to residents. So just some updates for Ryden Road, and this is the site that kicked off first, is we've established water service as of today at the site. So there is now potable water available for both drinking as well as for shower service. We're currently working with the Steed Sanitary District to identify a location to discharge wastewater for shower service. We've had resident meetings. I attended the one that occurred last Thursday, and we were able to get some feedback from the area residents and some suggestions on areas that they would like to see addressed. Mostly it's around security, lighting, wastewater discharge as well as speeding vehicles along Ryden Road. So we're working on identifying possible resolutions to those issues. As I mentioned earlier too, we have identified a need to do wastewater service for the RV water closets. And this would help address any discharges that are currently happening to the storm drain system. And so we're looking at options, and then we'll be seeking additional funding for that support service. We have already successfully held a fire inspection of the encampment, as well as held a cleanup working with area residences. And this was done with support by the abatement crew from the Public Works Department. We were successful in removing 5.2 tons of garbage from the site. And we have additional cleanups planned for when the next fire inspection is to occur, which is on June 20th. And this is to assist the area residents in clearing debris from the site, as well as from the area medians. We do believe that there is some illegal dumping that is occurring outside of the residences that we are going to be looking at opportunities to address. The porta potties have been added to the site, and this is occurring at both sites. And these are some of the facilities that were added over at Ryden Road. Updates on Castro, code enforcement, abatement, fire, as well as community development staff met with Housing Consortium of East Bay staff, as well as SOS staff at Castro last week on Tuesday. During the site visit, we identified several inoperable vehicles that we will be working with the Richmond Police Department on getting removed. And that will provide additional area for other services to be provided on site. We have also done some trash removal, but as the council may know or recall, there was a fire that occurred at Castro several weeks ago, and there is still a significant amount of debris related to that fire on site. And so we're working on getting the inoperable vehicles removed in order to have sufficient space to bring in front loaders to remove the trash that's currently on site. Assessments have started, but they're in the initial phase. And we've also identified additional needs for Castro, which, we'll be talking a little bit more of about those needs under item J3. And so here's some of the porta potties, and then in the upper right-hand corner is debris that was removed from the site, again, with support from the abatement crew. So some of our next steps is we're completing the census, which is the tally of who is going to participate in the safe parking program. And so this includes completing assessments for each program participant, as well as which vehicles will remain on site. Right now, there are residents that have multiple vehicles beyond one additional vehicle in their living vehicle. And so we're trying to get an understanding of how many cars belong to program participants. Their program agreements have also been drafted and are being circulated and signing, which sort of has our code of conduct, what the program participants are agreeing to are agreeing to follow, as well as connecting them to services for the program. We're working on scheduling the follow-up activities at both Castro as well as Ryden. We also would like to set up some pet waste stations. We have identified some freshwater options for Castro, and so we're currently working with the Parks Department, who supported us in getting the water meter at Ryden Road activated. And as mentioned earlier, we'll be seeking additional resources to support the residents at both sites. So that concludes my presentation, and Darren Lowndes from Housing Consortium of East Bay is also available if you have any questions.
Anybody have questions? I I don't see any. Am I missing anybody? Gail?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask Lena if she would send that PowerPoint, that update to the council as a whole, so we could each review it further if we so desire.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Thanks.
Okay, any other, Melvin?
Yeah, thank you. I just to put a bug in staff's ear, I was at Point Isabel recently, and apparently there is a well-known dog over there that belongs to one of the folks in the encampments, and people love them. But I know some of these programs aren't necessarily pet friendly, so I wanted to make sure that as you're assessing how you're supporting these folks, that there's also some awareness that some of these unhoused folks do have pets, and that's important to them. So just wanted to comment on that and say thank you for the presentation.
Okay,
You're welcome.
any other questions from council members? Okay, that brings us to the consent.
I got a question, Tom.
Go ahead.
Have we been able to ascertain how many of these individuals are Richmond residents? Do we care?
So Councilmember Bates, the recent direction we received from council is to serve the folks that are living there now, regardless of original origin of residence. We believe the majority are Richmond residents, or were at one time. But we will, as part of our assessments, we're obtaining that information, and we'll be able to report back to the council what is the actual percentage. So we're currently serving those that were there at the time the program started.
Well, many of them have vehicles, and I drove by there a few days ago. Their tags are expired as far back as 2019. Technically, they shouldn't be parked anywhere. And all you got to do is do a driver's license check. It'll give you the registration, last ownership, and address. And I can't understand why we are not being proactive in making sure that we're serving at least a large portion of Richmond. I don't understand why, if in fact we are not serving Richmond people, that we're using Richmond tax dollars to serve people from all over the Bay Area. So I think that's information should be available to the council and to the general public.
Yes, and we're working on getting that information. And I think too, what we have found that some of the occupants may not be living in a vehicle that was registered to them at one time. But we will also be working with program participants to update their registration for their vehicles and make sure that they have active tags.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I think that brings us to open forum. Is that correct? Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I'm often confused by the term Richmond resident. I mean, if someone has lived here for 6 months, are they a Richmond resident? I mean, I'm sure people are born in Richmond, they live in Richmond, but at one time I was not a Richmond resident, but I am now. So my question is, when does someone become a Richmond resident? And I think that's a question that's germane to how we look at the people who are without a house.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Martinez, as mentioned earlier, the direction we have from council is to serve existing occupants of these encampments that were there as the day we start the program. So that's what we've been doing. I think what we will inventory and provide information to the council is, and this would be done upon the completion of the assessments, who lost housing in Richmond. We will be able to get some additional information as to how long they've been living at the encampment, where was their last residence, or were they sort of couch surfing or staying with other family members. So, and this is only information we're able to obtain through interviews. So we will try to provide that information within the context that it's provided to us. But, you know, I think we are serving everybody that's there today, regardless of where they lost their housing.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to echo what Councilmember Martinez said and kind of elaborate a bit further on it, so there's no confusion, because people who have lived in their vehicles in our unsanctioned sites are residents of Richmond. They are, you know, they have lived there for a significant length of time, many of them. So just whether or not they initially had homes in Richmond, they have chosen to live in their vehicles in Richmond. And I think we should, I hear Lena saying that we are serving them all, and I think that's appropriate. We are trying to move them all into permanent housing so that we don't have people on our streets. And, you know, that's our charge, and that's what we want to do. And yet we embrace them as our residents, in my view.
Okay, I think it's time now to move to open forum. So
just
go ahead, Madam Clerk, and start calling the speakers.
the public open forum is a time for residents to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And I'll turn it over to Ursula to call the speakers.
Yes, we have at this time 11 speakers. The first group of speakers are Mark Wasberg, Judy Weatherly, John Halfaker, Alex Mazouet, Deborah Bayer, and Jason Flom. You will have 2 minutes to speak. And our first speaker is going to be Mark Wasberg.
Ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Let me refresh Aguado's memory. Mark Gagan was fired because he released a report to ABC News. And then when they got it, it went like wildfire. So Aguado Martinez went to the police chief, was crying about it. So they fired Mark Gagan. So you need to tell the people what really happened, Aguado. Don't be lying to the people. That's why Gagan was gone. He had almost 2 years left of retirement, and they fired him because he released the report. Now for Johnson, when was the last time you bought some items down on 4th and McDonald at that store down there, huh? Huh, Johnson? What was it, a couple of days ago? Last week? 2 weeks? 3 weeks ago? For your information, they closed down the store. The store is shut down. The only thing in front of it is part of a death shrine where they had 3 people shot and 1 people was killed. So I don't know who you think you're trying to BS, Johnson. Both of you guys are lousy liars. Now on this homeless thing, you're making the things worse. These people have no right living on the streets. For you to be a Richmond resident, you have to have an address in Richmond, stupid. Don't you know anything about being a resident? So you could have every Tom, Dick, and Harry and every drug dealer and every idiot come from Berkeley, Oakland, anywhere else and come to Richmond, and they're going to live on the streets. It's just going to be garbage and filth everywhere. You're just making the situation worse. These people are just a bunch of lowlifes, some of them anyway. There's out there people that do need help, but you're just going to make it worse by having a doggy pooper out there. Now, this is the stupidest damn thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Yield my time.
Our next speaker is Judy Weatherly. Judy? Okay, we will come back to Judy. Judy?
Okay, am I on? Start?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm new to this Zoom. I actually want to speak to J3, but I will take, we can speak on more than one thing, right? So in open forum, I'll speak on what came up for me this last weekend when we spent time with neighbors from near the Civic Center. Nancy and I had an office there for 16, 18 years, and it was a residential and commercial area. And this is a young couple with 2 young children who have lived in really dire situations right there near the Civic on 25th Street, right down from the 7-Eleven. We tried to clean up the neighborhood the best we can. We drove by a few weeks ago and things look worse than when we moved in even, 20 years ago now. And this young family was so distressed by what happened around the park that was talked about, the safe park there at the community center. And I just want to say that when you start making decisions for the community, please, will you respect the community and go to the community to get feedback? This was so hard to hear this young couple with young children feel so unsafe by this proposed thing. Thankfully, what I heard tonight sounds pretty good. I'd like to hear more. It sounds good, but that process is not okay as a city council. So please be respectful of us, because then you'll get respect from us. And I'll yield my time. Thank you. I'll be back though.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Halfacre.
My name is John Halfacre, and I really appreciate that you're building more housing for seniors, affordable housing for seniors. But myself, I'm a disabled veteran and homeless. When will I hear programs that are built to house veterans that are low income and disabled? That's my question, and that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Mazouet.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to thank the council for everything that it's doing for the homeless and the encampment. I am so happy that you're taking measures that can help these people. I do have a dog and I do walk the dogs. I have several dogs actually, and I do walk them at Reading, so Point Isabel, and everybody's so nice there. And I see the encampments and I see how it's been improving lately. And I've seen the city of Richmond working there. And so I just want to thank you for the work you're doing. I think it's really important that we serve the occupants of these encampments. I think it's what Richmond stands for. It stands for democratic projects and things that are really good for the environment and for the people. And also, we don't have that many opportunities to help people that are homeless. And so this is one good thing that you're doing. And thank you so much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Flom.
Good evening. This is not Jason Flom. My name is Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters, Local 188. Yesterday, the nation honored Memorial Day for the men and women of our armed forces, paid the ultimate sacrifice so we can enjoy the things we love, including the choice to overreact, which we're going to talk about later this evening. The City of Richmond played a key role in the war effort in the 1940s. We celebrated Rosie the Riveter. The Richmond Fire Department currently has 8 veterans, one of whom is a Navy SEAL and is currently finishing his commitment by serving his 2 weeks annually of reserve duty. I wanted to speak tonight about recognizing our veterans and going above and beyond. The City of Richmond currently follows a state law in regards to how we treat our veterans who leave to serve their reserve time. Local 188 would like to see the city go above and beyond for the men and women who are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice by compensating them and not penalizing them and taking away their accrued time, especially when reserve time is required by the government. Veterans should not be punished for fulfilling their commitment. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is VC. And if you could please state your name for the record. VC. Okay, we will move on and come back to that person. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to thank council members Gail McLaughlin, Eduardo Martinez, and Melvin Willis for writing a letter to the DTSC urging them to send notification by US mail of their upcoming public meeting. It's a public notice of a public comment period that is a prospective purchaser agreement with regards to the Zeneca former Stauffer chemical site. And this, there's a public comment period which has been extended to June 15th, 2021. And there is a virtual public meeting scheduled for June 3, 2021 at 7 p.m. I don't have a good way to tell you how to join that meeting. So I'm going to suggest that people call the DTSC and ask them how to join, because it's hard to express a link to a Zoom meeting by just in a document that's not electronic. So you can call them, the DTSC regional offices at, I think, 1-669-900-6833. Again, that's 1-669-900-6833. I guess that's how you register for the Zoom meeting if you're going to call in by phone. In any case, the community, I think this is really important for the community to know about, and we have had very little advance notice. And I would urge people to urge the DTSC to give us an extension of time through August 2 so that we can really get our community informed. This is highly complicated in legal terminology. And it's going to have an impact that's for the entire city of Richmond will be affected by the decisions that are made. So please.
Thank you. Your time has expired. We will try VC once again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You may go ahead.
Perfect.
Oh, and can you please say your name for the record?
Yes, Victoria Cowan.
Thank you.
I have two items. One is we've already started hearing fireworks again. Seems earlier and earlier every year. It'd be great if something could be done about that from a fire safety standpoint. Two, I know this past weekend there was an event at 15th and McDonald that I believe was a permit was refused for a city planning event, as they all have been due to COVID. And I believe Councilman Willis was there at an unsanctioned event. And I would like to know if it was Councilman Willis that I saw at the unsanctioned event that required additional police resources to respond. And if so, why were you at an unsanctioned event? I think we expect a little more from our council members if the city is not sanctioned event to not be there. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi?
Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody. Please, we need to take these requests more seriously for all the work that's being asked for from our abatement, our police and park and code enforcement. But the staff is not growing. So we need to really work on getting the staff up so our neighborhoods won't go down. Well, we can't go down any further in all the departments. Think about hiring more staff for these departments. Okay, Juneteenth is the 19th of June. And for anybody that wants to participate, you may contact Michelle, Brian, Reverend Brown, even me, or you can call Dynamis, he's there. So you can see about participating in the parade, Juneteenth parade. And Turner Abbott, this is for you. Will you please get in touch with me, get the number from Gail or Trina or somebody and call me? I have something to ask you. It's important too. So with that, I think I'll yield back my 45 minutes and get them later. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Dunning.
Good evening. My name is Sean Dunning. I'm a proud Richmond resident, and I dream of a day where we don't need police in our society. I also dream of a day where everyone's needs are met. But look, we aren't there yet. Nobody disagrees that we need more social services, youth development, and mental health support. And those investments might very well lead to a drop in crime. But taking money away from our already highly progressive police department to pay for these things would be like cutting back on the fire department in order to pay for anti-arson initiatives or fire prevention training. If these programs work, then we won't need as much police service that we currently do. Then and only then would it make sense to cut back. Furthermore, please consider what we have. Please consider that the hard work of our current chief branch, California's only African-American female chief, to do her job building on, not cutting back, on our nationally recognized community-involved policing model. If the agenda to defund the police goes through, it will mean firing diverse and dedicated officers who want nothing more than to serve our community, and it will likely lead to more crime, not less. Let's be smart about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I wanted to speak tonight about some concerns around the ongoing homeless encampments, particularly the vehicle dwellers and the dumping throughout the city. You know, I've emailed staff and some council members again earlier today asking for viable solutions to address these issues at unsanctioned sites. I am thankful that Councilmember Bates has spoken up at the past 2 council meetings on behalf of the public and asked for staff to address these issues in real time. I filed multiple reports as requested, but with only 1 full-time parking enforcement officer, this is simply untenable, and I feel for her. As I have addressed in prior emails, RPD routinely drives along Cutting Boulevard, Hoffman Boulevard, and Wright Avenue en route to the police station on Regatta Boulevard. Why can they not stop and red tag these vehicles and notify code enforcement directly? The vehicles and significant dumping on Hoffman and South First Street have not only been there for weeks, but are growing in size and illegal activity. The bicycle chop shop on First South Street is ridiculous. Why should the public have to stop, take photos, and report them via an app when RPD could easily tag them while driving right by them? Many of them either have no license plates or current registration. The area on South First Street is also unsafe. There's a completely burnt out RV sitting right there. Everyone deserves respect in this city. Everyone. And the businesses around Harbor Way South, how do you expect people to come and patronize your businesses or come here with a business when you have our gateway looking like it does at Harbor Way South? I encourage you all to go over there and address this highly untenable situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, my name is Randy Joseph, Richmond resident. I just want to bring this to the council's attention. I know with the end of June coming up, the moratorium on evictions goes away. And I think I've come here and talked about it for months, and I've still not seen enough action in the case, because once July comes and you have that, a lot of the people who are renting in the city won't have the available rent to pay off for their rents. And I'm concerned that that's going to increase the homelessness in the city and unhoused. And we need to start the process of making sure that we keep Richmond renters inside their homes. And I would love to see something put together or plan put together, especially using ARPA funds that are coming in to make sure that we have Richmond residents stay in their homes and able to live successfully. Because like I said, if they didn't have the rent in January, they're not going to have 6, 7, 8 months of rent come July. So we need to start paying attention to that because we're at the doorstep of a crisis in a month. And I hope the city council pays attention to that, and hopefully that gets addressed soon. Thank you, I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Yenny Garcia.
Hello, Yenny Garcia. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The only thing I want to say tonight as we continue with this meeting is that we have to remember that we can only achieve greatness when we work together. So as everyone is doing their best to bring the city of Richmond to what we all want it to be, so please remember that we have to work together regardless of the outcome and what is happening right now. The gap that I see getting bigger and bigger, at the end of the day, we are all one Richmond, and I know that we can achieve and improve our city when we do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Burke. Nancy?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so before I start, I'm a little confused because I'm unclear if I can actually speak to J3 right now, or do I wait for J3 to happen and then raise my hand?
Yes, you would have to wait until J3 comes up.
Okay. Well, I will speak to something right now, and then I'll speak to J3. I wanted to talk about fireworks. Really concerned about fireworks. I live out here in the May Valley, and the drought has really affected us out here. We have fireworks nightly. We've been having them for over a month nightly. There's huge M80s and really, really loud fireworks being set off all the time. And I'm really concerned about it. The police department, can't really do anything about it unless they catch the person. And plus, there aren't enough officers to do anything right now anyway, so we can't count on them. And a lot of us are feeling kind of stuck because we don't know what to do about it or how to talk to anybody about how to stop doing them. So I really would like to ask the city and the city council if there's anything you could do to help us, because I mean, literally, we're going to have to start packing our vehicles up and be ready to evacuate. And our household is on a street that's a one-way in, one-way out. So if we have a fire down the street, getting out of here is going to be impossible. So seniors. And plus, a lot of seniors live on the street, us included. So I really wanted to ask the city council if you could put your heads together and help us try to figure out what to do about the danger from the fireworks. And we need help. So thank you, and I'll be back to speak on J3 later. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Marshall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Hilltop District, the way it looks visually, and I would like to talk a little bit about what I see happening in other cities that we are surrounded by. I think the main platform I'd like to speak on is that I would like my quality of life to equal the taxes that I pay and the assessments that I also pay on top of my taxes. We look at El Cerrito, they are absolutely thriving. You look at San Pablo, they are absolutely thriving. You look at Hercules, they are thriving. And then you look at Richmond, and we are not thriving. When I look upon the Hilltop District, I see Hilltop Drive, absolutely dilapidated. Infrastructure looks like it's from the 80s. I see Richmond Parkway, the exact same thing. We have not seen an arborist on our trees. on our landscapes. We have not seen any type of traffic studies done. We have not seen any improvements in landscaping, but yet our HLMD assessments go up every year. Our wayfinding signs have been put in place, but we have no lighting. We have no landscape. Pedestrian walkways are absolutely dated, along with bikeways. Richmond Parkway has not been maintained. We have weeds everywhere, and our quality of life is being affected greatly. Also, I'd like to talk a little bit about the fact that our 80 sign, that is our sign for the mall.
Thank you. Your
Hilltop
time has
Mall.
expired. Our next speaker is Cesar Cepeda.
Good evening, council members and public. My name is Cesar Cepeda. I am here today representing Richmond Rainbow Pride. I am the president of Richmond Rainbow Pride. And earlier today, we celebrated Richmond Rainbow Pride or Richmond Pride along with Juneteenth and others in raising our flags. But I also want to invite everyone to our digital Pride, which is going to happen this Sunday. You can go to our website at richmondrainbowpride.org to find out about it. If you are not already in our email list, we will love your support. But I want to thank the City Council for adopting for issuing the proclamation and for raising the Pride flag year after year. Thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership. Hopefully everyone can make it this Sunday. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to speak right now about, I'm echoing Tarnal, but slightly differently about the prospective purchasing agreement that the DTSC wants to sign off on with HRP Campus Bay. And this purchasing agreement is an agreement between DTSC and HRP that they won't sue each other if there's any problems with the site after the site is cleaned up to the level that the FSRAP asked for, that the DTSC asked for. The problem is, and then HRP put aside $13 million in funds to ensure that they can meet that, which is a really small amount of money. And the problem is Zeneca is right now the responsible party, and Zeneca is nowhere in that document. It's like HRP is going to buy it. City says fine. Zeneca is walking away. There are the deep pockets in this matter. If there is problems later, if there is sea level rise and resulting more contamination, Zeneca won't be around. And it's going to be fine with the DTSC because they won't be sued. And it'll be fine with HRP because they won't get sued. But Zeneca will be off the hook. And the policy of the DTSC is that when you have a responsible party, a purchaser like HRP and the DTSC, all three parties have to sign. That is under the prospective purchaser policy put out by the DTSC. So they're violating their own policy by having it signed by two people and not three. And I think the city should look into it and the city attorney should look into it before it bites us in the butt.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Willhausen. Lisa? Lisa? Okay, it looks like she's muted. Can you please unmute yourself, Lisa? Okay, that was our last public speaker.
Mr. Mayor, I think your mic is not working again. No.
All
Mr.
right.
Vice Mayor?
I was gonna say it's all right. We have a backup. So now that now that I guess we'll take we're on the consent calendar now, and we could take a motion for the consent calendar.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just was gonna clarify something for the record because I was asked a question during open forum.
Please feel free.
No, yes, I was at that event last Saturday on 15th and McDonald Avenue. I got an invite from the bike shop themselves earlier in that week. I was also not the only public official to attend that event, and I was unaware that the event was not permitted until police actually responded. And at one point where the video captured it, and I stepped in just to help be an intermediary and make sure it didn't have to escalate to a bigger thing than what it needed to be. And then the event was a positive thing, and it went on till 5 o'clock. But yeah, that was me in the video, and was unaware as to whether it was permitted or not. We don't necessarily get notified on all the events that are permitted or not permitted in the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis, for taking personal responsibility. We could now take a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Motion by Willis, second by Jimenez. Madam Clerk, if we can call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
This is the consent calendar minus item 6.
item H6, excluding item H6.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yeah.
and Mayor Butt. I can't see. I mean, if you could just raise your hand.
Yeah, he's on the thumbs up.
Vote is unanimous.
All right, beautiful. So that actually brings us to item J3. Madam Clerk, can you read the item, please?
Item J3 is to incorporate $5.558 million into the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 budget to fund much needed programs and direct staff to continue working with the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force on various program options and more detailed implementation plans, returning to the City Council at a future date with any recommendations for program or funding modifications.
All right, and I believe that there is a report from our illustrious city manager, Ms. Neidman. Please feel free to take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I get to share this report tonight. That's the good news with a number of folks. All cities really want to be able to provide more services to those most in need in their community. And it's especially so here in Richmond. We're fortunate that we have an amazing tradition of already doing so much more than many other communities, and we should really celebrate that. Just a couple of examples of significant examples are programs like LEAP, our adult literacy program that was started decades ago, and it was one of the original library-based adult literacy programs. Our employment and training division, we're talking about tonight, that we have a budget that's 7 times what the county workforce development board does, and includes our amazing Richmond Build program. ONS, we're talking about that too, our Office of Neighborhood Safety, again, cutting edge program when Richmond adopted it, and it was on the lines of huge cities like Boston, much larger than Richmond. So given this clear commitment over decades to make things be even better, we are continually being asked to be progressive, to keep pushing that envelope, including things that a lot of cities don't do. Change is difficult, and it's usually slower than most people want it to be, especially when we have a learning curve for new things. So we really want to thank the task force for these various recommendations they've come up with that they put so much time and effort into. And what I think we're really trying to have a discussion about tonight is finding a way to balance and to implement what some people might see as competing needs. But instead of competing needs, I wish it was easy to both expand our services and provide more services, and at the same time preserve our existing services. Especially without the use of any layoffs, which has been a key tenet that the council has consistently provided me direction on over the course of the past year, almost year and a half. So that means we need to start a little bit more slowly, gathering data, measuring outcomes, and looking to our overall city budget and budget challenges to make a myriad of adjustments over time. Over the next 6 to 12 months or so, we will continue to bring information to you about that whole budget picture, provide information and options about ways that the council might want to make adjustments over time. And including tonight, there's some little, there's some things tonight to consider. So we have brought forward what staff is recommending as the best opportunity to meet the interests of the task force to start something and to move forward on implementation, given where we are right now. So I really want to thank everybody who's here, who's helping with the presentation tonight. I personally know, because I met with them, is that every person here has worked nights and weekends over the past couple of weeks trying to quickly put something together. And I really appreciate their hard work and effort and hope everyone here does the same. So I am going to ask, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through each of the 4 recommendations that the 4 areas of recommendation that were made, and presenting how we again can implement and can start moving forward on this process. So I'm going to ask Jim Nantel to please start with that.
Thank you, Laura. If we could have, the slideshow is up. Good. Let me make sure that I have unmuted myself. I have. Okay.
You have, yeah.
So as Laura indicated, I'm Jim Nantel, and I am currently working as the Interim Project Manager 3. One of my assignments in this capacity is as a staff liaison to the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Next slide, please. As the council will recall, on May 10th, representatives of 3 of the 4 subcommittees of the task force presented recommendations which had been approved by the task force as a whole. In addition to a number of policy recommendations, there were 4 budget-related recommendations. And those budget recommendations totaled $10.3 million, $10.28 million in year 1. To fund the expanded and new programs that were proposed, they also included a recommendation to reallocate $10.3 million from the police department to fund these programs. At the meeting on May 10th, the City Council directed that the approved task force proposals be considered by the city manager as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget, and return to the City Council with a recommendation as to how to implement those proposals. And that is why we are here before the council tonight. Next slide, please. These are the 4 budget-related recommendations that total the $10.28 million. At the May 10th meeting, the council also directed staff to coordinate the implementation of these recommendations with the task force. At your subsequent meeting on May 18th, the council extended the term of the task force until end of September, so that we could continue to work on the additional policy recommendations that are still being worked on by the task force. And the extension also allowed us more time for development of the implementation plans. Next slide, please. In response to the council direction, this slide shows the specific funding recommendations from staff for the new fiscal year. As staff engaged with members of the task force, it became evident that the implementation of the recommendations to expand the existing youth employment program and the services provided by the Office of Neighborhood Safety would be relatively straightforward. However, implementation plans for programs that do not already exist, and that includes the Community Crisis Response Team, and the Homeless and Unhoused Intervention Programs. There were 3 of those that were proposed, and they would require considerable more time to evaluate and develop the level of information necessary. Therefore, after discussions with members of the task force, staff is recommending including a full year funding for the expansion of the Youth Works at just under $2 million, 1.98, and for the Office of Neighborhood Safety, because it will take time to develop the classifications and do the recruitment and other activities that need to be put into place, we are recommending $1.6 million for the new fiscal year. And for the 2 new programs, staff is recommending that we set aside $1 million for each of these programs to be able to implement the programs as we work through the mitigation plans for the new fiscal year. Next slide, please. Now I want to step into the first recommendation, which is relative to the Youth Works program. The additional funding for Youth Works would allow an increase in the number of teens and young adults served through the workforce development programs. The proposed funding is for all Richmond resident households. However, we do also have state funding that allows us to serve disabled youth in nearby unincorporated areas and neighboring cities. However, the money being requested as part of the recommendation from the task force, it would all go for Richmond residents. Of course, all of these students, young folks applying for it would need to meet the federal income guidelines as shown on this slide. Next slide, please. Richmond Youth Works provides workforce development services to young people between the ages of 16 and 24, regardless of whether you're in school. Either way, you are eligible to participate. Youth Works provides youth with personalized services focused on addressing youth academic, social, and economic needs. Also, we provide alternatives that will enable young people to become self-sufficient and productive. The support services that are part of the proposal include helping youth with the cost related to transportation, getting an ID card or a driver's license, job interviewing, clothing, a laptop for digital literacy, educational testing, and work-related tools. Finally, the financial literacy development workshop provides youth with the knowledge and skills that they need to achieve long-term financial stability. Next slide, please. So as you take a look at this slide, you will see in round numbers, the wages and support services for the youth is about 1.5 million. The payroll taxes, fees, and staff costs added to that 400,000 for that total of 1.9. You can see the breakout in terms of we would be serving the 16 to 17-year-olds for 300 youth this year, hopefully under this new funding, and 200 youth for the ages of 18 to 24. Next slide, please. The additional funding will allow us to serve a total of 500 youth as compared to last year's number of 175. It will allow us to expand the ages served from last year, where we served youth between the ages of 16 and 21. This year, we'll be able to serve youth 16 to 24. The 18 to 24-year-olds will be able to triple the hours worked, thus providing a much more impactful experience. And I'd like to turn it over to the Community Services Director, LaShonda White.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is LaShonda White, Interim Community Services Director, and I am here to present regarding the Office of Neighborhood Safety recommendation from the task force. I do want to state that Sam Vaughn is also available to answer any questions that may come up at the end of our full presentation. So the Office of Neighborhood Safety is responsible for building partnerships, and its innovative and progressive strategies produce sustained reductions in firearm assaults and related retaliations and deaths in Richmond. The Office of Neighborhood Safety was the first established Office of Violence Prevention within government, and now there are over 24 offices in the United States. The fiscal year 2021 general fund allocation is approximately $1.6 million, which covers 8 full-time staff and 8 part-time staff, and some operational cost. The Office of Neighborhood Safety also raises through grants an additional $300,000 to $800,000 annually to fund other program-related costs. ONS annually tracks various metrics, including but not limited to the number of participants served, the number of outreach hours and contacts. They work closely with outside entities such as UC Berkeley and the National Council of Crime and Delinquency to provide annual evaluation and reporting on their programs. This level of data collection, evaluation, and reporting will continue and be part of any new programming that is implemented. Next slide. Based on ONS's data-driven work and the task force's recommendations, expanded programming might include working in high schools within the West Contra Costa Unified School District and/or expanding ONS's reach by working with the Latinx community. The current plan is to hire 8 additional staff to develop and implement the proposed programs. The proposed expanded programming and staffing are based upon staff's current analysis of the needs of the community. However, it is important to note that circumstances and needs may change, and therefore programming and staffing needs may evolve over time and as the implementation plan becomes clearer. Next slide. There are numerous items that are necessary to consider and address before implementation. For example, ONS wants to ensure that staff is properly compensated for their work in the community and that the proper classifications are created. It is believed that this will help recruit and retain the right people for the work. ONS and HR will have to work together to hire staff. The recruitment, onboarding, and training process for new staff takes many months, which will ultimately push back the implementation date. Also, ONS will have to develop a plan to allow for the effective implementation of the work, which may include developing a plan of action with appropriate community partners, as well as the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Next slide. Based on the implementation considerations just shared, staff does not anticipate the ability to utilize the full $2.5 million recommended allocation within fiscal year 21-22, but does recommend providing 1.6 in additional funding for next year. Once City Council has provided final direction regarding the task force's recommendations, staff will move forward as directed to help to develop and implement the necessary items to expand the Office of Neighborhood Safety services to the community. With that, I would like to turn it over to Interim Chief Michael Smith. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael E. Smith. I'm the Interim Fire Chief, and I'm here to talk about the Community Crisis Response Team. The task force recommendations included a proposal to develop a community crisis team that would respond to mental health crises and substance issues. The proposal recommends a team of 2 mental health specialists, 1 medic, and a standalone dispatch center. Next slide, please. The considerations that we need to look at is the Community Crisis Response Team is a brand new program. And even though staff work nights and weekends, as City Manager Snideman said, researching several working programs to model, more time with the task force is needed to produce an efficient and effective program for the City of Richmond. My understanding is that there's an oversight team that has been appointed to work with staff on developing this program. Personnel professional training standards, performance standards, and outcomes need to be developed, and logistical issues of a standalone dispatch center need to be addressed as well. Next slide, please. The recommended Community Crisis Response Team is one way to meet the intent of the task force. There are options that can be considered as well. Analyzing existing working programs in other cities can help us develop the program that best suits the needs of us here in Richmond. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is that, Council, we need more time. Staff needs more time to work with the task force to develop an efficient and effective program and to explore all research options. And staff recommends setting aside $1 million in funds for fiscal year 21-22. And that concludes my portion.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, council members. I'm Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, and I'll be addressing the homeless and unhoused intervention recommendations from the task force. So as noted in the slide, the task force recommended about $3.4 million that would be targeted to 3 specific programs that would be implemented by SOS, which is Safe Organized Spaces Richmond. The program would focus on the street teams that would do engagement at various encampments throughout the city, would provide shower power services to encampments, as well as implement an adult and family transitional village. Next slide, please. Some of the considerations for the council to make is that the city's procurement policy would require us to issue requests for proposals, to seek proposals from various operators or program in response to the funding that's being proposed and to provide the services identified. In addition, the council has recently formed an ad hoc committee that would work with staff as well as the county to address and identify short-term, midterm, and long-term interventions for the city to consider, as well as funding. In addition, in 2017, a homeless task force of service providers as well as staff was formed that has also been looking at the issues. And so staff believes that given the amount of funding that's being proposed to be directed to homeless and unhoused interventions, that it would be good to develop a strategic plan that looks at how these various programs work with the existing programs, as well as to get community buy-in for the strategies that are being proposed. So as mentioned, the strategic plan would help set goals as well as priorities, reach consensus with the community, as well as identify additional resources for long-term operations, as well as set up for these programs. In addition, we believe it's important to identify performance measures for this amount of funding to make sure that the programming that's being funded is effective and achieving anticipated outcomes, such as getting folks into stable housing. We also would believe that the strategic plan will allow for a process for input from the task force, as well as current service providers in the continuum of care program, as well as providers here within the city to identify gaps where city funding could be targeted. Next slide. There are some short-term needs that we think that funding should be directed towards that would help support ongoing efforts. Specifically, we would like to get some funding for rent assistance to help rehouse some of the folks that may be at Ryden and Castro, as well as other encampments throughout the city. Expanding shower services, adding security at the Castro encampment, as well as making some lighting improvements. We also think that a case manager will be needed if a scattered site safe parking program is actually adopted by the council, which recent council direction is to create an urgency ordinance. We think case management will be important in achieving the goal of getting vehicle dwellers into stable housing. In addition, we do think that there's some opportunity to evaluate some sites for a transitional village if that's what is proposed. And so some consulting services to look at options would be helpful. Next slide. So I will pass it on to the next person. Thank you.
So we have, so sort of a summary here at this point is that, and we'll actually talk about this at the end, but the recommendation would be for almost $5.6 million to be incorporated into next year's budget. And the funding sources are the next 4 bullets on this slide. Reducing police department budget, using some American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds, Also, some funds from excess funds in the current fiscal year, as well as housing and lieu fees and low moderate income housing funds. And we can be addressing these later. As you all know, the recommendation was to take the full amount of the funding from the police department, and Chief French is going to be able to talk about what impacts that would have if all 10.3 million came from the department, and some other work that is already underway in the police department that at least indirectly helps get to some of the other goals, along with some other ideas that the department has.
So good evening, Mayor Button, council members. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to discuss the effects of a $10.3 million reduction to the police department budget. And talking about what these budget reductions will have, not only the impacts to the police department, but also to the community. So to begin, in order to achieve the $10.3 million reduction, I would have to eliminate 35 police officer positions. This includes 12 positions that are currently vacant, but were funded in the current budget, and layoffs for 23 currently working police officers. In addition to eliminating the positions, we would also have to eliminate several contracts to achieve the $10.3 million in budget savings. These contracts include our ShotSpotter contract. ShotSpotter is a gunshot detection system that is placed in various areas of our city that has the areas that have increased amounts of gunfire. And the impacts of losing this system is we would have to rely on the public to call in when they hear the gunfire. The problem with that is that the community doesn't always call in. For example, we had a homicide last week where multiple rounds were fired and we did not receive one call from the public about the gunshots. We only received the ShotSpotter activation, and that's how we need to respond. In addition, we will lose our in-house district attorney contract. That's our district attorney that files our DUI cases, gun cases. He provides training and oversees our misdemeanor early resolution program in conjunction with the Public Defender's Office. This program is important to our community because it allows the Public Defender's Office to have early contact with persons who are issued misdemeanor citations. The DA reviews those cases in-house to determine if the cases will be charged. This is important because the backlog of cases at the DA's office doesn't allow them to immediately get to the cases in which they receive citations for. So if we issue a citation and there's a court date, and somebody might go to court and the citation hasn't made it through the system yet. And so they have to continue to go to court to see if the case is ready for prosecution. With our in-house DA, he reviews all of the misdemeanor citations and determines whether the cases are going to be charged or not. It then lets the public defender know so that the public defender can have regular contact with the person, let them know when they need to be in court, and then there's less likelihood that a warrant will be issued for a person's arrest. In addition to the misdemeanor cites, the DA provides additional training bulletins for our department, recommends different report writing policies, and does lineup training for our officers. Another contract that we would reduce or eliminate is our police strategies contract. And this is a contract that you all recently approved to evaluate use of force and provide a dashboard to the community regarding the uses of forces that we have. We would eliminate traffic equipment. We would no longer have a traffic unit, so we would no longer need to purchase motorcycles or maintain the traffic equipment, and that will provide us with some savings. Additional equipment and investigations, same thing as traffic. There's no need for the equipment if we don't have the unit, and investigations will be reduced significantly and we wouldn't need as much equipment for that unit. Our CCTV monitoring. The CCTV system was cut last year in the budget when we weren't able to fill the positions in the CCTV room. The monitors were cut, so the people that were monitoring cameras, we no longer have those, but the cameras are still maintained and they are still useful for us. We still utilize the cameras and the recordings to help us in investigations. We would, with these cuts, we would now not replace any of the cameras and not provide maintenance for the existing cameras. PAL. Since becoming a 501c3, PAL has been subsidized by the police department. We will no longer be able to provide that subsidy, which will have an impact on the services PAL provides to the young people in our community. These cuts will result in the elimination of several units within the police department, including our traffic unit. Our traffic unit handles major injury collisions, DUIs, commercial enforcement, as well as special events. That means closing off the streets and providing traffic escorts for things like parades and dignitary services. They also conduct the follow-up investigations for traffic fatalities and major injury crashes. They do the reconstruction of the accident scene, interviews of witnesses, and if drugs, alcohol, or negligence are a factor, they present the case to the district attorney's office for charging. The traffic unit also currently does a lot of work around traffic accident prevention through DUI checkpoints, distracted driver campaigns, and pedestrian safety campaigns. Many of these efforts are done through grant funding. However, with no traffic unit, all of these programs will be eliminated. Our community violence reduction team would also be eliminated. This is the only remaining team that addresses violent crime, large-scale drug operations, and other problems that take more time and effort than beat officers have to address. When a shooting occurs, this team tries to identify the responsible parties, provides high visibility patrol in the affected areas, and they conduct surveillance for wanted suspects. This team will also be eliminated. Regulatory unit will be eliminated. This unit handles inspections and contracts for all regulated services. That means taxis, tow trucks, marijuana dispensaries, false alarm program. We will not have enough staffing to handle these duties. We would explore the possibility of code enforcement taking on some of the duties. I know these cuts differ from the recommendations of the task force, and that's because the task force recommendations involve reductions in areas that we cannot reduce. Those include areas like the utilities, overtime, and the cost pool, which is insurance that the city pays. So the cuts I just talked about are in addition to the cuts that have already been made over the past 5 years. I'm sorry, can you go to the next slide? As you will see on this chart, our staffing has been reduced pretty much year over year with the exception of 2018. These reductions amount to a 21% decrease in staffing that doesn't even account for the recommendations that we're currently discussing. Eliminating an additional 35 positions amounts to a 33% reduction of police department staffing in a 5-year period. Next slide, please. Currently, we have 3 policing bureaus: our patrol division, our administration, and our investigations. For patrol, I know there's been a lot of talk about how many beat officers are actually needed in our city. The current minimum staffing is 9 beat officers. In the past, we've had as many as 12 beats, and we reduced it to 9 when we had staffing problems in the past. As I've said over and over the past year, 9 officers for a city of our size with the amount of calls that we handle is not enough. Most calls require more than 1 officer to respond, mainly for safety and security and thoroughness, scene security and thoroughness. We have challenges that we encounter that we require more than 9 officers. A good example of this is every weekend we've been challenged with sideshows that come to our city. Hundreds of cars show up in a location, close the street off, and engage in sideshow activity. Our officers respond, but they are always outnumbered. Many times there are gunshots being fired from vehicles, rocks and bottles thrown at officers, and a basic disregard for the safety of the community. Without having officers work overtime, we do not have enough officers to address this level of lawlessness. So there's 6 patrol teams that cover 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When we try to adequately staff our patrol teams to cut down on overtime cost. At any given time, per our MOU, we have to allow for 2 officers to be off on vacation. An officer might be off on sick leave, or an officer might be away at training. And because we want to adequately staff, each of the 6 patrol teams, we try to staff with 12 patrol officers to account for the 3 that might be gone at any given time. That means for patrol alone, we need 88 officers. That only leaves about a dozen officers if we are going to look at the reduction of 35. So our administration bureau would not be impacted all that much because there's only a couple of sworn officers in that unit to begin with. The biggest impact will be felt in investigations. We currently have a property unit, a robbery unit, a homicide unit, and a domestic and sexual violence unit. Even with the current staffing we have today, these units currently do not have the staffing needed to effectively investigate the crime that occurs in our city. They are mainly focused on in-custody crimes, and they have very little time to conduct follow-up investigations and to develop leads on suspects that are not already identified. Eliminating 35 positions will lead to further reductions in this already understaffed bureau. We will only be left with about a dozen detectives to handle the large volume of calls that comes in. The only thing the detectives will be able to focus on are those in-custody crimes, and they won't be able to keep up with those. We only have 3 days to conduct follow-up investigations and present cases to the district attorney's office for filing. If a case is not filed for in custody, if somebody is arrested and they're in custody and the case is not filed within 72 hours, the suspect is released from custody. To give you an example of the call volume, this year alone, our property crimes has been assigned 1,019 cases. These are felony cases. So this includes if somebody breaks into your home, a burglary case, if there's some fraud, if somebody steals your identity, those types of, all those property types of cases. If somebody steals your car, that's a felony case. And there's only 3 detectives in the unit, and 3 of them are dealing with 1,019 cases. Our domestic and sexual violence unit has 5 detectives in it, and they've dealt with 750 cases this year alone. And these are felony cases. These are domestic violence cases and sexual assaults. Our robbery unit has dealt with 168 cases this year thus far. And our homicide unit has handled 115 cases. Now, we've only had 6 homicides, but we've had a whole host of other incidents that they deal with, like shootings and violent assaults. And our homicide unit currently has 4 detectives handling the 115 cases. Our community violence reduction team has handled 62 cases this year, and mainly those are all firearm cases that we've arrested somebody for a firearm and they've taken the cases to get charged with the district attorney's office. Besides the firearm cases, all the other cases that I talk about are felony cases. So I'm not talking about misdemeanor cases. Our detectives handle serious level cases. When our investigations unit was fully staffed, we had roughly 45 detectives to handle all of the investigative functions, which took a huge burden off of our patrol officers. Now, our patrol officers are having to take more time to conduct more of an investigation on the front end because we know that the detectives will not have time to do the follow-up on the back end. So beat officers are having to spend more time on the calls that they go to complete that investigation because nobody will be there to do the follow-up investigation. Attrition. So there's normal attrition and there's dysfunctional attrition. Over the next 2 years, we'll have at least 30 officers that are within retirement age. It is normal attrition to lose officers to retirement when they are eligible, and we expect that at least half of them will retire. However, we are currently challenged with dysfunctional attrition. That means people are leaving our department for other reasons besides retirement. As of last week, there are currently 18 officers that have applied for employment with other law enforcement agencies are in various stages of the hiring process. I've talked to several chiefs in our county and some beyond that have told me that they are going to hire several of my officers. Many of the officers leaving are those that don't know if they'll have a job in the next month, and others are choosing to leave because they do not feel supported and are worried about the direction of the city. This is having a tremendous effect on morale. The officers that are just past the cutoff for layoffs are worried that the next set of recommendations will include additional cuts. They do not want to be put in a position in which they are unable to provide for their families. Hiring in Richmond has been a challenge for many reasons. First, the perception of Richmond and the amount of violent crime scares off a lot of candidates. Another challenge in our city is that our city hasn't been able to keep up with the market rate of pay and benefits compared to many of our surrounding agencies. This is in addition to the already small pool of candidates that are even interested in the policing profession. And we've seen this across the nation. Everyone's having a hard time hiring, and we are having specific challenges to Richmond. Over the past several years, we've had a significant decline in people applying with our agency. Another complication is the amount of time it takes to get someone hired and trained. That process can take anywhere from 6 months for officers that have previous experience, or up to 18 months to hire a new employee, send them to the police academy, and provide our in-house training. So my concern is that we're losing officers from the top through normal attrition. We will lose the newer officers through layoffs, and we're losing officers through the dysfunctional attrition. We are already having a difficult time keeping up with the hiring of new officers. For perspective, we've only been able to hire and retain 28 officers since 2017. That's only about 7 officers per year. We are losing more officers than we are hiring. Laying off officers will only complicate this situation. Additionally, over the past few years, I've also worked hard to diversify the department. The 23 employees that will be affected by layoffs includes a diverse group of newer officers hired within the last 4 years. This includes 5 women and 13 officers that come from various ethnic backgrounds. These are also officers that we, as a city, have invested a lot of time, money, and resources into. In speaking with other police chiefs in the area, they are happy to have our officers applying with their departments because the cost of hiring, the cost of hiring them and getting them working is significantly reduced. They know they are hiring highly trained officers because our training is above the industry standard. We've already paid the cost to get them through the police academy, and they are ready to go on solo patrol with very little money invested by their new departments. Next slide, please. So I just went over the effects of that the reductions will have on the department, and now I'll take some time to talk about the effects that a $10.3 million budget reduction will have on the community. So last year, some of you will remember that we had to reduce the calls for service we responded to based on the 34 positions that were frozen in the budget. Those service reductions included implementing online reporting for certain crimes, no response to calls like barking dog complaints, referring some noise complaints to code enforcement, and a few others. With further reductions in staffing, there will be further reductions in services to our community. Our patrol officers will focus their efforts on responding to emergency calls for service, and we will no longer respond to several more calls. These calls include calls at schools, except for active shooter calls or calls of specific violence, homeless calls, and this will have an immediate effect because some of the services that are being proposed are not yet in place. So this will leave a gap in services for the homeless calls that we currently respond to. Loud noise and music calls, fireworks calls, alarms at homes and businesses, calls at hospitals, trespass calls at abandoned properties, non-criminal disturbances, panhandling and loitering calls, suspicious persons and or vehicle calls from anonymous callers absent specific criminal details, drug use calls, and illegal marijuana grows. Additionally, there will be longer response times. And I know that we will still have 9 beat officers per beat. Let me explain why we will have longer response times. Patrol will be the focus, as I talked about earlier. All the other units will be disbanded, so they'll not be able to supplement our patrol response. So historically, we've had that supplement from other units. When we had sufficient staffing, we were able to supplement our patrol teams by having other units help with major investigations. These are units like our foot and bike patrol. Foot and bike patrol were focused on business districts, but if a major event occurred, they could divert their attention and help supplement the response of the patrol officers. We've had a fully staffed traffic unit, and they've in the past, and they've been able to handle major injury crashes. So without a traffic unit, the beat officers will have to now take on those investigations, which can take hours to investigate. Historically, we've also had our school resource officers. And while they handled all the calls at the schools, if something major happened in the community, they were able to divert from the school and help patrol, assist patrol with the major investigation. Now the patrol officers will have to handle all the responsibilities on their own, and some of these calls take hours to investigate. So when a fatal traffic collision occurs, it will be the beat officer that will be busy for hours investigating that crash, which will leave them unavailable to respond to calls for service in their beat. Additionally, beat officers will have to do more investigative work on the front end for all other crimes because we'll only have a few detectives and they won't be able to do the additional follow-up that I talked about before. In investigations, like I said before, they'll be focused on the in-custody cases. One of the biggest impacts I see is to homicide victims' families. I constantly receive calls from families of victims asking about their cases. They ask who their detective is. Is there any new information on their case? And it's actually really heartbreaking for me to have to tell them that nothing is happening with their case because we don't have the staff to be able to look at those cases, to develop new leads, to re-interview people, to just look through the case to see if there's anything that they could follow up on. We currently have 4 homicide detectives, and they are all focused on the current homicide investigations, which are 6 for this year so far, and the additional shootings that we've had this year. Quality of life calls, and this has been an impact just from losing the 34 positions that we had last year. So our community policing model really focused on quality of life crimes because in most of the surveys that you have across the nation, quality of life issues are the issues that affect communities most. And so these are issues like, drug houses. If there's somebody selling dope out of a house that, is my next door neighbor. I want the police to deal with that issue. It's not that a beat officer could just knock on the door and go make an arrest at this drug house. There's a lot of investigation that has to go into these quality of life calls, these, calls that are bringing, or these drug houses that are bringing, people into the neighborhood that, end up stealing from the neighbors and cause commotion throughout the night. And so beat officers cannot deal with those issues because they're going from call to call to call, and they don't have the time to focus on those quality of life issues. Other quality of life issues are like the prostitution problems that we have, especially in the northern area of our city on 23rd Street. These issues cannot be handled by the beat officers. Due to the criteria that's needed to arrest a person for prostitution. It takes a lot of time and effort and contact with that person before we're able to make an arrest. And the beat officers have to divert their attention to calls. And so we need teams that can focus on these longer term quality of life issues. And we won't have the units to be able to do that. Actually, we don't have the units to address many of these quality of life issues currently. The community events, meetings, and activities. With less than 100 officers to focus on, like I said before, patrol is the focus, and we have to have officers 24/7, and that 88 officers are dedicated to a patrol response. So that means we won't have the traffic unit to supplement and help with the community events that we have. We won't have unless a beat officer is available to attend a meeting. Officers will not be attending neighborhood council meetings and other meetings that we have throughout the city, and activities. So our community policing model is based on us having non-enforcement interactions with the community, and that's how we build relationships and work together to reduce crimes. And so we will not be able to be at many of these community events that occur, Cinco de Mayo, Juneteenth, all the regular festivals, 3rd of July fireworks. The city will have to hire security to man these events because we won't have the staffing to work these events. Next slide, please. So the recommendations. The charge of the task force was to come up with a community policing model based on our current staffing. Unfortunately, the recommendations will end our community policing efforts altogether. Getting away from a community policing model will set us back from the 21st century policing that every other city across this country is moving towards. And we were the nationwide model for community policing. The reduction of 35 police officers will not allow us to continue to build the relationships with the public that helped significantly reduce crime over the last 15 years in our city. So I'm continuing with the reorganization in progress here in the department. And several of those are my reform efforts and effort to civilianize more positions so that sworn police officers are not having to handle duties that can be handled by professional staff. These include community service officer. These are officers, I'm looking to build a community service officer team that can respond to those lower level crimes that we currently respond to, like maybe music complaints. They can tow vehicles. They can address what one of the earlier callers talked about, the abandoned vehicles around the city, but they can also handle some of those lower level crimes that our community is saying that the police don't necessarily need to go and handle. I'm looking at implementing a civilian manager position, and this is identified through the need of our administrative bureau, where we found that, because police officers rotate through assignments, we are losing consistency in some areas, and having a civilian manager will help us maintain consistency in our administration's bureau. crime scene technicians. We were in the process several years ago of building a crime scene technician team. We currently have 3 crime scene technicians, and these were duties that they took over from sworn police officers. They're on 3 of our patrol teams, and they respond for the crime scene technician work, taking photos, processing crime scenes, so that police officers are freed up to respond to calls for service. I would like to increase this unit so that we have 1 on each team, and police officers, again, can go back to the duties of being a police officer. And then we're continuing, again, to identify other duties that are currently being handled by sworn staff that can be better handled by a professional staff. So I know the recommendations that you've heard tonight will include the reallocation of 10 of my vacant positions, but this too will also have an impact on services. We will likely lose units like our community violence reduction team. And as I discussed earlier, we are going to lose officers as a result of this process. And I have to prepare to fight an uphill battle to hire additional officers just to keep up with the minimum staffing. And as I've said over the past year, I don't currently have enough officers to address the crime issues we have with the staffing that we have currently. So the reduction of that $2.3 million, that 10 positions, will mean that some of the earlier service reductions that I talked about will still happen. So none of the recommendations from the task force will result in an immediate relief of calls for service for our officers. Funding for ONS and youth services is great, but they do not take away from the calls volume that we currently have. All of the other recommendations that have the potential to reduce our call volume over time will take time to implement. So this is going to leave a gap in services for our community. If we reduce our police force by 10 or even 35 positions, it's going to leave a gap in services that are currently being provided to our community because the other services are not yet set up. So I hope that you will consider a balanced approach to implementing new strategies. This involves identifying the specific calls that the police will no longer need to handle, identifying the statutory changes that need to be addressed, for example, for the mental health calls, and setting up a mental health team. Currently, only certain people can actually commit somebody for mental health services, do a 5150 hold, and that includes police officers. So the statutory changes need to be addressed and identified before we move forward. We need to identify a reasonable timeline for the transition to occur and conduct an analysis of the various programs once they're in place to determine their effectiveness. Additionally, I believe we should continue to identify alternative funding sources for the recommendations. Lastly, I want to address some of the statements that have been made through this process that are simply not true and have been demoralizing for my officers who work hard to provide good quality services for our community. I really believe that facts matter, and I want to provide you with some factual information. First, I do believe we are all here for the right reasons, and we all want a safe community. I know the task force worked hard on these recommendations, and I think many of the recommendations will provide our community with the much needed services that they need and that they deserve. I also know the impacts of not providing our community services. I've seen it over my 23 years of service as responding to devastating calls, and my officers continue to see that impact on a daily basis. People need their basic needs met, and they need mental health services, and they need to be able to live in a community in which they can thrive and not just work on surviving. But they also need public safety. They need an officer to respond when they call us. It is important for us to look at the data and issues that are happening here in our community and not nationally, so that we make decisions that are in the best interest of our community. There are a lot of misconceptions. Misconception that we criminalize low-level offenders. we are not criminalizing low-level offenders. We have actually developed programs that keep and divert people from the system and provide services. An example of this is our theft program. Several years ago, we implemented a program in which stores call our dispatch center if a person is caught stealing. If the person is being able to be identified, that means they have some type of identification on them, or we're able to identify them, then the store issues them some paperwork and they are released from the store without any contact from the police department. We receive the paperwork from the store and we forward it to the DA's office for a decision on prosecution. This is our way of stepping back and having some alternative measures so that the police aren't always involved. Another example is we don't arrest people for small amounts of drugs. They may receive a citation. So far, we've only issued 15 citations for drugs this year. But the citation is only to get them help. It's not for prosecution. What this means is someone can call us because there was a person smoking, for example, smoking crack on a park bench. When we respond to talk to the person, they take the narcotics and we take the narcotics and book them into evidence and issue a citation so they go on their way. The DA's office gets the citation and refers the person to drug treatment programs. They are only prosecuted if they fail to respond to the intervention services after the third attempt. So that's after 3 citations. If they fail to go to drug treatment, that's when the DA's office will look at a prosecution. And this is really frustrating for our community because a lot of times we're called for these very issues, somebody smoking crack in a park or something, we respond, we don't arrest the person, we issue a citation, and they're right back out there doing the same thing, and the community doesn't believe that we're doing our jobs. Another example of a program that we implemented is our diversion youth program. We do not want youth entering our criminal justice system. We know the harm that it can create. So we created a program for low-level offenders, and we're expanding it to a community-based diversion program that will include even some felony crimes. And this is, again, to keep young people out of the system. We have a program that's managed by a sergeant and a couple of officers. It's an 8-week program that we do in conjunction with PAL. And all of our participants, except for one, have been successful and have not reoffended. These are some of the efforts that we are undertaking to not criminalize people in our community. Several times throughout this process, I heard that basic car stops result in us killing drivers or officer-involved shootings, and that's simply not true. And in fact, I cannot recall a time in my 23-year career that we've had an officer-involved shooting from a basic car stop. It just simply has not happened. Another misconception is that we're not equipped to respond to mental health calls. The fact of the matter is we respond to at least 5 mental health calls per day, and we've responded to over 700 of these calls this year so far. For years, we've provided officers with crisis intervention training. We've implemented a mental health evaluation team in which an officer partners with a mental health clinician and does follow-up services so that a person does not go back into crisis. This is all preventative services so that we're not engaging people in crisis as much. And we did this because we know of the volatility of these situations. Another misconception, we do not know how to de-escalate. We've been de-escalating calls before it was an actual training tactic that people in law enforcement talked about. We are one of the first agencies in this nation to start de-escalation training. And it's what we do on a daily basis. When officers respond to calls, they try to de-escalate the situation and find a resolution. We work hard to prevent crime. Last year, we proactively took 308 guns off of our streets. And I'm sure many of those guns would have been used to commit crimes in our community. Additionally, we have a unit and a wonderful crime prevention manager in Michelle Milam. It is really disheartening to hear over and over that we do not prevent crime when we constantly work together in partnership with our community on crime prevention efforts. In addition to taking guns off the streets, we provide community with crime prevention education and materials, and we strategize with the community and other service providers on safety measures. I know we're not a perfect police department, and we work on improving daily. This issue of defunding is dividing our community and our city, and it doesn't and shouldn't be that way. As not only the police chief, but also as a community member, I have a vested interest in what happens to the safety of this community. We've seen the impacts of not having a fully funded police department. We could look to our neighbors in Vallejo and Antioch. They're prime examples of departments that experience an increase of crime and a decrease in services when their staffing was reduced. I know you've heard a lot of information tonight, and there's a lot to consider. The one ask that I will leave you with tonight is to agree to no layoffs. I need to assure my officers that they will be able to continue to serve this community and not worry about whether they're going to have a job July 1st. Thank you.
So again, we do have an overall recommendation for your consideration after you hear public comment, and then after your deliberation, and you see it here on the slide. And Mayor or Vice Mayor?
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
we can hear you.
I apologize for all my microphone problems. I think somebody hacked me or something. I don't know. So I think it's time for council members to ask questions of the presenters. So do we have questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, I have a statement and then I will ask questions if that is okay. I want to acknowledge that it's very impressive how the conversation about reimagining public safety has come a long way. We moved from last year's proposal by the mayor to defund the police to now where we are discussing the creation of services and programs that are and will address the root causes of crimes, while creating a more safer Richmond for everyone. As I said before, we are discussing here today is for Richmond to continue in the direction we started about 10 years ago, and it has worked. In the last 10 years, Richmond adopted a community police approach, started the Office of Neighborhood Safety, invested in reentry services, expanded youth programs, and made other advances. It has worked. Violence and crime are down, even though the police budget is smaller than before. We need to continue in this direction to better serve our community. We need to have proactive approaches to safety. This means preventing situations from escalating into violence and preventing addiction from turning into crime. Proactive responses means we take seriously how many young people don't have their basic needs met or have trauma and nowhere to go for healing. Funding youth works to provide 500 and 1,000 employment opportunities for our youth. Expanding ONS to continue to work with gun violence prevention, which has demonstrated to reduce gun violence in the city by 70%. Creating a crisis emergency response, which will provide emergency responses to mental health crisis, which everyone agrees that police officers should not be the primary responder, and funding homeless programs to support our unhoused residents. However, which I want to thank everybody and the staff for this report. This report is missing essential information that allow us to see how the budget will look like with the proposal made by the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. What I see is a 14 pages document with some information that is telling us one point of view, This report misses the benefits that having this program fully funded will have in the community. In this report, you focus considerable attention on what you see as the negative impact of implementing the task force recommendation. Also, this report lacks a spreadsheet with a detailed budget, so the public and the city council cannot see what the police are currently spending their money on or where they propose to reduce spending. For instance, when we look at other records that the public has not been able to see, we see that there is $12.9 million available in the police budget as of May 28, 2020. According to the HR director report as May 5th, 2021, there were 26 vacancies, 14 sworn and 12 non-sworn. I think like the mayor and the police union are manipulating people's fears in the community to misrepresent the effects of the task force recommendation. And this is why it is so important that the city manager describe the way the task force will improve public safety. Imagine that 1,000 young people had jobs. Imagine that the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which is already a national model, could double its impact reducing gun violence. Imagine residents like Lourdes' son who had a mental health crisis and had gotten the support he needed, he will be alive today. Or even Petty Perez, who was intoxicated. If we had the CCRP to respond to substance abuse crisis, he might be still alive today. We are already doing it, and we had to invest in what is working. So I have some couple of questions, but I will go, I want to hear from public comments before my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Councilor McLaughlin, I think you're next.
I don't think I actually was next, but I'm happy to go next if that is the
I don't
case.
see any other hands up. If somebody else has a hand up.
All right, I think Councilmember Bates has his hand up. And Councilmember Martinez, I think they were both before me.
I'll yield. Let them go ahead and speak. I'm not in any rush.
Why don't you go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin?
Okay, all right.
Everybody's going to get the turn.
Okay. So I too want to make a statement, and I'll have some questions later as well. But I want to start out by saying the whole concept of reimagining public safety is to look at public safety not only through police efforts, but also by addressing the root causes of crime. And as many of us know, the reduction of a crime that occurred over the last decade or so occurred due to many efforts, especially through our efforts to provide opportunities for those struggling in our community. We made it a point to address the root causes of our social ills by providing jobs, job training, violence prevention programs, community mobilizations, education programs, and recreation efforts. When we provide opportunities to our residents, especially for our youth, they make good decisions in their lives rather than getting caught up in bad lifestyles. We had a 75% reduction in homicides during my 10 years as mayor as a result of the many new programs put into place. It was a collective effort by all of us in Richmond, including the community-involved police force that we put into play. But I think we need to expand on these root causes of our problems. And I want to state through my statement here, I want to touch particularly on the issues for our unhoused community. Because if we put the same amount of effort and time that we put into programs like ONS, which I totally support the expansion of, it was and is a great program, and the youth summer program, another great program that needs to be expanded. So it seems like there's agreement on those, which is wonderful, because they need that extra funding. But if we put the same amount of additional funding, or some level that is close to that, and organize the kind of expansion of programs for the unhoused and for this community crisis program that can address mental health issues and substance abuse issues. Imagine, to use the word of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, imagine what kind of changes we can see happen in our community, how much crime will go down even further. So I do want to say that I support our police. We need our police. We need them to do the efficient work that they're best suited for. And that's why I think eliminating some of these other tasks that their skills are not needed for, and a different skill is needed for. So I want to address the fact that our unhoused community is really in crisis these days. And I've been working with SOS, the Safe Organized Space Group. We meet sometimes 2 times a week, sometimes 3 times a week. And of course, I meet with the Homeless Task Force, as well as the ad hoc committee for our unhoused community. And so the best approach going forward for the unhoused, in my view, is to fund SOS, the Safe Organized Space Group, which is truly the premier organization in the city, helping the unhoused for going on 2 years now. They're partnering with a nonprofit called Rebuilding Together that has been a tried and true method of helping communities throughout the Bay. They've done great work in Oakland and Berkeley already. So we really need to sole source with SOS, who has this umbrella organization, Rebuilding Together, that they're partnering with. Once we get that funding that will allow them to expand on their work, they will continue to work hand in hand with the county so that our more expanded and more complete program of helping the unhoused is put in place. But it needs to happen from the ground up. And that's why I think putting the funding into the SOS reorganizing program that is needed. So let me just read a little bit more that I put together here. So I want to make it clear that addressing the needs of our homeless is indeed a public safety issue. And what is needed to truly address this major issue is a system-wide approach. SOS is positioned well for this. They have a mobile street team that has done phenomenal work already. We need to provide sufficient funding for them to expand that work. SOS will continue to work with the county core program, which is a referral to county services. And together, SOS and core will provide for the needed services. They will have the local competence and knowledge to make this work. No other organization has this knowledge and competence than SOS and their host organization, which is called, again, Rebuilding Together. So SOS is unique also in that it hires from the community so that the unhoused people can better their lives. They have a very unique organizational model. That's why we need to sole source with SOS through Rebuilding Together. When we expand the street team, we minimize officer requests and officer need to respond to these requests. Expanding the street teams means more engagement with homeless residents to make them more stable, to help mitigate the problems where unhoused are currently at, and later at transitional interim villages and the scattered sites project that we're currently working on. So all this requires a systems approach. It can't be done piecemeal. That's why we need to work directly with SOS and Rebuilding Together. It's a big public safety component involved here because we're getting people off the streets, and that will enhance public safety and public health. The whole purpose is to get folks into permanent housing. But it'll also protect nearby neighborhoods, preventing people from squatting on public land and any other infringement on our neighborhoods. The street team will deal with mobile showers, and water will be brought in to the unsanctioned sites. And it also will help people step out of homelessness at transitional villages and scattered sites. So this is really a call for a coordinated systems approach in conjunction with the county services. And of course, SOS will coordinate with Richmond Police Department when needed. We'll need a system for dispatching complaints as well as a support system for the unhoused. So I believe fully that we need to fund the, in a really profound way, the issues that we're facing with so many unhoused people in our community. And we can start this at the ground level with a strategic plan with SOS. And we don't need to hire any consultants for this. Rebuilding Together can put together a strategic plan with SOS. And in terms of the overall homeless plan, we don't need a consultant for that because the ad hoc committee has been put in charge of that task. So ultimately, I think staff's suggestions need to be overhauled more in line with the actual needs on the ground. ARPA funds could be used for some R3F funding, which is helping with rental assistance, but that's more for keeping people in their rental units. Yes, we can provide some ARPA funds for helping the unhoused get some rental assistance as well. But ultimately, the county is charged with helping with vouchers and rental assistance for the unhoused, and we need to take advantage of that. As far as security goes, SOS has, and the county is working together at providing responses to calls, of course, with RPD when needed. So ultimately, lighting is important. Staff talks about lighting, but that should come through Public Works, not only for the unsanctioned sites, but for new scattered sites and transitional villages. So ultimately, I just want to end by saying that I will continue working with SOS. I really find that to be the way we're going to address this new complex crisis. You know, just like our violence situation was a crisis and still has problems, but not as bad as they were a decade ago. The unhoused crisis needs that kind of systematic, innovative approach. And I believe SOS and the Homeless Task Force and the ad hoc committee and the county together working will be able to provide that innovative solution. And it will take the pressure off of RPD to be there responding all the time to situations of dumping or of theft. When you have people engaging with the unhoused members of our community, it builds relationships. So I'll end there, but saying that just putting public safety in the hands of the police is not the solution. Even the example that the police chief gave of prostitution, you know, we don't just want these young girls taken off our streets and arrested. We want them to have the services they need so they don't get into prostitution. So we need to look at all the root cause solutions while we still look at giving the police the tools they need. And we don't have to lay off anybody. We just need to not fill some vacant positions and or freeze some of the vacant positions while we're getting these programs up and running so that we can take some of the burden off the police department and work together to solve our public safety problems in the city of Richmond. So thank you for giving me this time.
Councilmember Bates, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm going to be a little brief. I want to first compliment the chief for her outstanding report. As a retired law enforcement officer with the probation department, I heard information that I was not even aware of in terms of the various responsibilities and duties that the police department is associated with. And I really believe, had the task force been open-minded and was willing to listen to what is occurring in the city today, a lot of their rhetoric would have been toned down. And that is to say that, listen to the chief, who made it very clear, we're not Minneapolis, we're not Atlanta. The problems that are associated with a lot of the killings in other parts of the country is not associated with Richmond. So why you want to come into the city of Richmond and treat us like we're Minnesota, Atlanta, and some of the other cities? It simply does not make sense. It demoralizes our fine officers who every day get up and do their very best to make this city safe. And some of these officers, and many of them, really don't know if they're going to make it back home after their shift concludes. That's how dangerous the job is. Some of the programs that I see recommended, one in particular is the Richmond Youth. I wholeheartedly support that, and I was going to speak to that on my item that's coming up later, that I think with this city, as dirty it is, that we can have youth people, young people on a Saturday or whatever is available to clean up this entire city at a very reasonable cost. So I like that idea. With respect to ONS, they have been doing a fine job. Well, if they're doing a fine job, why do you want to increase their budget? They can't do any finer than they've already been doing. But one of the things I highly oppose is that these mill workers, you have 8, of which I guess 6 of them will be staff and 2 supervisors. I've been in management a long time. I have never heard a 3-to-1 supervisorial level. For every 3 people, you got 1 supervisor? That does make sense. The second thing is that how often are you going to use these mill workers? And what are they going to be doing when there's nothing to do other than sitting on their butts, getting a fat check from the city? Unless you come up with a structure that they're going to be doing X, Y, Z, I don't see it. And all I see is another 10 SEIU getting employees to pay into their employee costs for employees. So I don't buy it. But I do want to ask a couple of questions to the chief. With respect to responding to crime in the community, I want to know, what is your position with the staffing that is proposed, that when people break into these stores and loot the Costco, Walmart, Target, you're telling me that you don't have time to respond to that? I'd like to get a clarification with respect to what is the approach in responding to these crimes. If a person's trying to break into a home and they call the police, what is your time response in that relationship? So I'd like to hear the chief respond to that.
So good evening again. So we will respond if there is a in progress call. So if somebody's trying to break into your home, somebody's breaking into a business, we will respond. When I talk about not responding to some of these calls, it is responding after the fact. If you come home and somebody broke into your house while you're gone, then those will be reported online. We just don't have enough officers to respond to those cold calls, so calls that, a suspect's not going to be there because we're not going to be able to do much of a follow-up. We don't have the staffing and resources to do the follow-up on those cases. Now, catching somebody in progress, yeah, those are the beat officers going to respond, and we're going to try to do everything that we can to catch the person in the moment. But after that, when it's a cold call, we respond. Those can be reported online.
Yeah, I'm comfortable to hear that there will be a response. What this council needs to understand is that when you reduce your police force and activities, every thug and criminal know exactly what's going on in Richmond. And then you're going to have the break-ins of the automobiles. You're going to have all kinds because, hey, they know the fact. They were saying that the day in which less crime occur is guess when? Super Bowl Sunday, because 75, 80% of the people are home. Now, that indicates that criminals are smarter than we think they are. And they know when a city is understaffed, and they know where to go, which city, and that's when the crime increases. So I'll hold my comments further, but I can assure you, I will not be voting to reduce our police department one officer. In fact, we should be filling those allocated positions. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
All right. I'd like to start off by asking a rhetorical question, which will illuminate something that's going on here. And that is, if there are two people who are in disagreement, violent disagreement, if they don't talk about it, are they divided? I think the answer is yes. And that's what we have here. We have a community that's been divided, and now we're finally talking about it. And because we're talking about it, it seems like we're creating division. We're not creating division, we're illuminating division. And that happens because we are operating from different assumptions. Sometimes the assumptions are flawed. And it appears to me that, and I want to thank Chief French and the staff for putting this report together, because it's a great jumping off place for conversation. But it appears that you failed to understand the task force intent. My understanding of the work that they were seeking to address was to dramatically increase reliance of criminalization and incarceration in this city, which has led to more and more of our public investment going to RPD, and which has procured an extremely bloated police department with a vastly overbroad mandate, all of which has produced severe harm being inflicted on residents, and particularly brown and Black residents. And this happens because we have the false assumption that police or public safety is equated with police. Now, police is a subset of public safety. Firemen is a subset of public safety. Mental health is a subset of public safety. And there's a host of services that are part of public safety, providing recreation and jobs for youth is all a part of public safety. So I believe that what we're trying to do is to expand the array of issues or the array of things that address public safety. So when I was listening to Officer French, Chief French, telling us all the things that would not be possible with this budget, I started wondering, well, what will you do? what will you be capable of doing? And I'm glad to hear her answer Councilmember Bates's question, which is that they would still respond to ongoing issues. But what I saw, or what I see, is did I mute myself? I'm sorry. Somehow I was muted. Anyway, what I see, what I think we need is more feet on the street. And in your report, you indicated that 9.2 million would be saved by eliminating 35 police. So if you divide 35 by 9.2 million, you end up with about $263,000 per officer. With this number, am I to understand that even a junior officer costs the city more than $250,000 per year? Is that true? That was a question.
So the average officer is about 230,000, but there are positions that go above the regular officer position. We have a vacant captain's position, and with the other pay that some of the officers receive for differential for shifts and stuff like that, that would equate, that makes up the money.
Okay, so if we were able to take some of that workload, which could be done by other people, off of the plate that the police officers have to service, couldn't we have more feet on the street? You know, and the more people we have out there, the safer the place, the safer the city is. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. So I'm not confused about what the recommendations of the task force are. What I'm saying is the recommendations to put more feet on the street, as you say, are not going to be in place July 1 when I lose the positions. So there is going to be a gap in services for our community because we are the ones that respond to those things now. I understand that other service providers can respond to those things eventually, but right now we are the only providers of that service. It's going to take time for those other services to get up and running. And then there should be an evaluation period. Even throughout the reports, there are nothing identifies the calls that are going to be taken from the police department. There's some talk about the mental health calls and with the mental health team, and then it says eventually there's going to be, that will be expanded into another team that can take some calls for service, but those calls aren't identified. So I think that there needs to be some identification, and then there needs to be some evaluation period to see how many calls are actually reduced from the police department before we talk about reducing officers. I don't want to leave a gap in services in our community right now.
So haven't you, the city council had asked you to work with the Reimagining team. So have you had conversations with them?
The Reimagining team asked me to give 2 presentations throughout their meeting time, in which I did. I provided a presentation on staffing, and I provided a presentation on our budget. Other than that, I have not been invited to come back and be in discussion. I have listened in on many of the community meetings, and I have not been asked or invited to actively participate.
Okay, that's not the same thing that I heard. I was under the understanding that it was supposed to be a conversation as opposed to a presentation and then hello, goodbye. So
I actually, I would encourage a conversation. I hope that we can work together to achieve the goals that we all have, and that's to make Richmond a safe community.
Okay, so back to the assumptions. So in your report, it seems to treat the proposed reallocation as optional, but I remember the city council giving direction to find a way to make those reductions. And what we get back instead is not what we asked for. We get a totally different animal. But I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. I mean, there's a disconnect there. Can you explain how that disconnect happened? And I also want to say that it's not the purview of the city council to say that we're going to fire or reduce the staff by 35. That's your decision. Our decision is making a budget.
So Councilmember Martinez, the council directed to be able to direct the city manager to come back as this impacts the budget. So tonight we're specifically trying to see how close can we get to these recommendations, including other information based on staff knowledge of the situation, their training and their expertise, and to make a budget recommendation to you all. So that is the primary focus tonight, was to bring back the budget part of this. And that does include how we are trying to move forward with these programs. So this is the recommendation that based on the best wisdom that we have at this point about how we can move forward, trying to improve and expand services, while at the same time trying to preserve as many existing services as possible. And this is where the council does make the budget decisions at the end. We are, as part of the charter, we come back and make recommendations on that.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but I'll save them for after public comment.
And Mayor, you're muted still. Just.
Thank you. Other council members, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions at this time?
No, we have about 40 something speakers, so I'll just hold off until they have the opportunity to speak.
Okay, I have been asked by the clerk to ask speakers to go ahead and raise their hands so she can get a count. Meanwhile, I've got a few questions. I'll start with the jobs program. As I recall, this is a summer job program. Is that correct? Who made that presentation? LaShonda?
Yeah, that was Jim. That was Jim Nantella. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
and Mr. Mayor, in this case, we would be providing these programs throughout the year. So there'd be summer jobs, but we'd also have opportunity for youth to get involved in the program throughout the year at different times.
So one thing I've not heard is where are you going to find 500 jobs?
Obviously, as you might know, Mr. Mayor, we reach out to the business community to be able to identify who would be interested in employing the youth. The funding proposed includes funding for staff to be able to go out and continue to make those contacts to try to provide those job locations.
So would the budget actually pay for people? Or are you looking for business and industry to contribute, or both, or what?
We are looking for, the budget assumes a $50,000 worth of donations from the corporate business community to help fund the program as well. But yes, we would be looking for our existing staff as well as interns that we would secure during the program to be able to make the contacts with businesses to be able to secure job opportunities.
So some of these people would be paid by taxpayers to go work for private companies. Is that how it works?
That is true. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. One of the things that, before COVID came, our unemployment rate in Richmond was down between 2% and 3%. And I'm understanding now that some of the businesses that are starting to come back, particularly hospitality and food service businesses, can't hire people. I mean, nobody wants to work. So, how does that work out?
I think as the unemployment compensation, which is providing employees pretty close to what they're making anyway, that they're the ones that are not interested in going back to work once those end. I think those employees will again need to go back into the workforce in order to continue to survive.
So again, just so I understand it, the 500 jobs you're projecting, some of them are jobs that taxpayers will be paying people to go work for private companies. And some of them you're hoping that private companies would simply offer the jobs. Is that correct?
And no, the funding we're proposing is for us to pay the $15.21 for the anywhere from $100 to $300, depending on the age group of the students that we would be paying out of the public funding.
So another question I had is, and this is really a bigger question than just the jobs program. I'm a pretty old guy, but back when I was a young guy, you became an adult when you were 18. And some people, maybe they waited till they were 21. I never heard anybody 24 years old described as a youth back then. So how did we get from a point where people became adults at 18 to the point now where you're 24 years old and you're still a youth?
Well, as the program indicates, we're trying to take youth that have barriers to employment, that haven't had the opportunity to develop the kind of skills and qualifications to be able to compete for a job. And that certainly extends to people beyond the age of 21. Last year, we served youth between 16 and 21. And as you say, typically speaking, we think of 18 or 21 as an adult. But we do find many youth in this economics area that we're focusing on in terms of the 70% of the poverty wage that have barriers to employment. And if we can address those barriers and train them and educate them to be able to get jobs, we can move them into a way to sustain themselves versus needing to go to other activities that we would prefer they not get involved in to be able to sustain themselves. Okay, second question.
There's been discussion about creating a whole new dispatch system for mental health responses. Right now we have the 911 system, and it dispatches police to a large number of different calls, as we've seen from the presentation of the chief of police. But it also dispatches for fire, and it dispatches for medical emergencies that might range from COVID-19 to a heart attack. Why would the 911 system not be able to handle a mental health call? I mean, particularly if they're already dispatching to medical emergencies that run, like I said, the whole gamut, from COVID-19 to a heart attack. Why would a whole separate system be needed for mental health calls?
Yes, Mayor Butt, this is Michael Smith, interim fire chief.
Yeah.
The 911 call takers or dispatchers triage calls as they come in. You go to either police, fire, EMS, or other types of emergencies. Currently, they do take calls that are mental crisis related and either dispatched the fire department if it's a non-violent call that may involve injury, or if there is a violent act, the police department is dispatched. But currently, the 911 system here in the PSAP does take those calls and triage them.
Well, so the question I have is why would we need a whole separate system to respond to mental health calls? I've heard people talk about 311. I've heard people talk about 988, but
So,
yeah, go ahead, city manager.
So Mayor, this is the reason for the recommendation to continue working with the task force. So short answer is that it could. There are a number of reasons that the task force has been looking at about why they think it's better to not have it be any connection with police. So looking at those different models, this is the area where we have the most number of questions and probably the most options for specific implementation. That's the reason for the recommendation to take more time to study this more carefully, look at efficiency and effectiveness, and not duplicate anything so we're not overpaying. There are programs that the state might be putting in place. There's a lot of conversation still happening with the county. And we think having some placeholder sort of starter funding when we get to a point after working with the task force to take a closer look at this is the most prudent thing to do.
But just so it's not misinterpreted, what I'm hearing from Acting Chief Smith is that the 911 system could well handle mental health calls. Is that correct?
It is, yeah, it is currently handling mental health calls. There's some members of the community, I believe, have questions about how well they're being handled or who responds.
Yeah. And I guess the last question about mental health calls is somebody who calls in, how do they know that it's a mental health crisis? You know, a lot of times calls come from a neighbor that hears a disturbance, or somebody, you know, out in the public in a park or a street that's approached by somebody who's acting, you know, irrationally or whatever. How do they know whether this is a dangerous person who might need a police response, or whether it's simply somebody suffering a mental health crisis? How do they make that distinction?
So they often don't, and either the chiefs can probably fill in, and that's where part of some of the training needs to come in, and some of the screening and questions, because even if it is a mental health crisis, and even if there is a separate center, many people will start with calling 911. So how it's determined where a call is referred for response is a crucial part of the design of the program. And again, either chief might want to fill in.
Yeah, and the call taker will ask questions to try to determine what resources are exactly needed. And that's how they determine how, if there's an injury, if there's an illness, how the person is acting, if there's any violence, any weapons involved. It's just a series of questions that are asked as they triage the call to determine what resource to respond to the incident.
I'll just add that there's additional challenges with the mental health response. Just yesterday, we had a call, the county mobile crisis team responded to a mental health call. They called for the ambulance to transport the person, and the AMR, the ambulance, wouldn't respond without the police responding with them. So even when you have other mental health service providers, sometimes the county mobile crisis team won't respond without the police department. And now we're finding out that AMR to transport won't respond without us there either.
Okay, so I just had a couple more really quick questions. So I did some math. Richmond has 33.7 square miles of land area. Currently, it's divided into 3 police districts. Is that right, Chief?
Yes, 3 policing districts.
And each district has 3 beats, right? I think you went over part of this. So that means that means that 24/7, each one of those beats is at least designed theoretically. Each one of those beats has 1 officer 24/7, right? Right.
Correct.
Okay, so so on average, I realize that, you know, maybe the beats are cut up differently, but on average, that's 1 officer for each 3.7 square miles of the city. For comparison, the city of San Pablo is only 2.62 square miles. So, so each beat on average is substantially larger than the entire city of San Pablo. Another way of looking at it is that is 1 officer for every 12,222 residents. That's not really a question, but if you want to correct my math. So the reason I went through that is I was kind of curious how this mental health team thing would work. And I'm looking at the Richmond Sun, which has a lot of articles about the proposed defund the police thing. It says that there are 18,471 mental health and related calls per year. So that is oh, wait a minute here. Yeah, okay. So that's an average of 50.6 per 24-hour day. That's an average of 2 an hour. And I assume that mental health crises don't all happen between 9 and 5. Matter of fact, probably more of them happen at other times. I don't know. But can somebody explain to me how the proposed mental health, the individuals that are on the mental health crisis response team, how they have enough people to respond to 2 crises per hour, 24 hours a day? Because when you get down to it, you know, the proposal I saw called for a couple of mental health professionals and a medic or something like that. So how are 2 people going to respond to 50 calls a day, 24/7?
Well, Mayor Butt, what we did was we took a look at the task force recommendation, and they recommended 1 critical care mobile unit with a staffing of 2 health workers and 1 medic, staffed on a 24-hour basis. That's what we used
for the whole city.
Yes, that was a recommendation.
So if there are 2 mental health calls per hour, that means they have a half hour for each one. I can tell you, it takes a half hour just to get to point A to point B in some parts of the city. If the mental health van or whatever is in Point Richmond and they get a call from El Sobrani, it'll take them a half hour to get out there. So, you know, I realize this is not your plan and it's unfair to ask you, but I think it's a fair question to ask. I think the biggest weakness I see, you know, in all these recommendations is nobody really went through the logistics and the math. And that's that's a major flaw. I guess we ought to go to the speakers unless some council member has another question. I don't see any more hands up, so let's go to the speakers, Madam Clerk.
Right now, we have a total of 53 speakers. That's another, well, two minutes each for each speaker.
So that's
over 2 hours.
Yeah, that's over 2 hours. So I guess the sooner we get started, it's 10 o'clock right now. So that'll put us, just listening to the speakers will put us, that'll put us till midnight.
Ursula, can you please call the speakers?
Yes, I will first also give some brief instructions, both in English and Spanish for the speakers. We currently have 56 speakers. You will each have up to 2 minutes to address the City Council. Please be prepared to speak when you are called. If you are commenting by video conference, please press the unmute button. If you are commenting by phone, please unmute by pressing *6. Por favor, estén listos para hablar cuando sean llamados. Si está hablando por videoconferencia, por favor, presione el botón de unmute para hablar. Si está hablando por teléfono, presione *6 para hablar. Okay, the first group of speakers are Elsa Stevens, Jason Flom, Janet Johnson, Randy Joseph, Judy Weatherly, Bhavin Khatri, Linda Delgado, Nancy Burke, Mark Wasberg, Steve Bishkoff, and Helen Burks. Our first speaker is Elsa Stevens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm a Richmond voter. When I see a uniformed police officer, I see someone who's going to protect me from Proud Boys. Other people see a police officer in uniform and they see a proud boy with a gun and a badge. And we're both right, depending on the experience we have. Imagine a 5-foot-tall, 16-year-old girl wielding a butcher knife against her 6-foot-tall would-be rapist, her father. Half a century later, try convincing that girl to abolish policing. That is a hard sell. Know what else is a hard sell? The big lie that to fund alternate response, we have to lose 35 sworn officers. When Gail was mayor, ONS, RISE, and reentry success lowered homicides 75% by addressing social ills. Don't fight reform. Let the Green New Deal pay for new cop cars. Give up overtime. $10 million is a reasonable amount to lighten the police workload and improve crime-fighting outcomes. Don't let Chief French be run out of town. Remember, Chief Magnus now heads the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Cut the fat, not the meat. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Flom.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jason Flom with the Richmond Firefighters Local 188. I'm the Secretary Treasurer. I'm speaking tonight in support of the police department. I respect the committee for trying to improve service delivery for the residents of Richmond. I do have some concerns about the safety of Local 188 members. The police routinely respond to fire department emergencies to determine scene security before fire or ambulance crews arrive. Fire and EMS units will not enter a scene until it is determined to be safe. Examples of fire department calls that require staging for police are assault, stabbing, shootings, man down, drug overdose, suicide, and many calls when no information is available to describe the need for service. Cutting police resources will harm Richmond residents that are waiting for emergency medical care. Local 188 urges the council to consider this when making their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janet Johnson.
Good evening. This is Janet Johnson. I'm a Richmond resident. I want to recap some of the data provided by the city to the task force. Richmond spends more per capita on its police than New York City, Los Angeles, San Jose, Detroit, or Philadelphia. In fact, it spends the most per capita of any similar sized city in California. Since 1980, general fund spending on the police has increased an inflation adjusted 289%. In fiscal year 2021, Richmond spent 4.5 times more on the police than on the combined totals for the library and cultural services, community services, Office of Neighborhood Safety, and Youth Works. This situation is not sustainable. Why is the city spending so much, yet RPD is understaffed and stretched too thin? Could it be that we're spending too much for top paid police officers? In 2020, there were 82 RPD employees who received $300,000 in total compensation. One sergeant made $450,000 in salary, overtime, and benefits. That's nearly $500,000. Richmond must focus on the conditions that lead to violence and lawlessness, poverty, addiction, trauma, and the lack of good opportunities to get ahead. The task force did an amazing job of synthesizing a huge amount of data, and I think we should trust their recommendations for investing more of our budget in our community. Moreover, the task force needs to continue to work closely with the city to assure a smooth transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Joseph.
Hello, Richmond, Randy Joseph here, Richmond resident. Couple things. One, it feels like we sit here and we just let the police own safety in our city. Like they're the reason why safety exists. which makes absolutely no sense. The police do not own the word safety. They do not own safety. Who owns safety is the community. And what we need to do is to finally invest in the community to make sure we get to the social ills of crime. This is what the task force was tasked to do. The task force went out and did that and tried to put out programs that will make the police jobs easier and make it so that the community can invest in themselves. And we're making it such a big issue and making it that it's us against them. It's not. Well, we want the chief to be successful, but in order to be successful, we got to get to the social ills of crime, not to the top layer with more police officers, but to the social ills of crime. We spend so much money on police. The police have this big old budget, and come to find out, they haven't spent $12 million of their $68 million budget. $12 million of the $68 million budget. But then they say all these programs get lost if you reduce their budget. Make it make sense to me. Where's the math on that, Mayor Butt? Do that math. How can you have $12 million left to spend in this fiscal year, but yet all these services are going over if we reduce the police budget? That makes no sense to me. So I urge the council member to make sure that they continue going forward with these recommendations, because we need to support the community and not the police state. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Weatherly.
Hi. Well, I prepared something earlier, but I'm going to try to just sort of talk, because listening to all of you has been enlightening, and I appreciate everyone's feedback. I am all for safety and protection. I'm all for equity, and I really want social justice, criminal justice, and reform. I also want to have the community buy in to what you're trying to do at this point. And you have not put in the work to really get the community buy-in that I think will make any of these programs that you are trying to implement be successful in the city of Richmond. And there has not been enough groundwork to really see what's going on. Starting a mental health program, it's just starting another bureaucracy, one that already exists for the county, and that's the county responsibility. We have owned an office building in Richmond. We have operated 2 small businesses, mine and my wife's, and we have lived in Richmond for 30 years. We've watched the changes. You're saying that things are fine. They are not fine. They're not fine for anyone in Richmond. No, I have not seen improvement in the 30 years. Not when you were Mayor Gail, I'm sorry, but it's not here. And in order to really make the changes, we need a community that can actually come together. And the way that you're doing this is not going to bring us together. It's going to divide us, and that pisses me off. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Delgado.
Good evening, council members, staff. I want to start by appreciating the work of the task force. I found their proposals to be comprehensive and detailed and very persuasive. I would also like to thank council members for engaging in this very difficult issue. I have applauded the work that you all have done in grappling with some of our nation's thorniest problems. Please keep it up. I'd like to appreciate Chief French for the work that she has done to try and bring the police department into the modern world. Having said all of that, I do endorse the work of the task force. I think that our city has been on the forefront of many exciting, innovative things in the past, and I would like to see us continue to do that. 30-year resident of Richmond, 20 years working in our schools, and I think we have a wonderful place to live. Please keep up the good work. I encourage you to embrace the work of the task force and make the necessary changes. I yield my time.
Our next speaker is Nancy Burke. Nancy? Please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to her. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
You hear me?
Yes.
This task force come out of a fairy tale book. All these people come out there, they're going to do this, they're not going to do a damn thing. Nothing's going to be done. This has gone nationwide. Ever since the Floyd incident, everybody's been talking about defunding the police. And every city they did, crime has quadrupled. It's all about political. That's all it is. And when Joe McLaughlin was mayor, the homicide rate had quadrupled. I was there for 6 years. I know. Well, don't believe these people on the city council, RPA. All they want to do is set their agenda to get rid of the police. You get rid of the police, you have more crime. Simple as that. Common sense. Are you going to have a social worker or this team going to go out and confront these people with AKs, Uzis, and knives and so forth? Hardcore criminals? No, it's not going to happen. It's just a bunch of bureaucracy garbage. Don't believe these people on the city council. You people in Richmond, they're just trying to push their anarchist agenda to the whole city of Richmond. And like I said, it's going nationwide. This is not just about Richmond. It's about the whole entire nation. Even your lawmakers in Congress are promoting defunding police because they want more crime. This is what the gangsters want, the criminals. They want less crime, less police. You people are going to have to realize, you complain about junk cars, the homeless, the crime now. You just wait till they defund the police. It's going to get 3 times as worse. You people are going to probably be moving out of Richmond. And I'm going to tell you, you people are going to regret it. Mark my words. You're going to regret defunding the police, and these anarchists on the city council is no different than the BLM, Antifa, and all these other anarchist groups that want to destroy our society.
Your time has expired. We'll go back to Nancy Burke.
Hi, I'm Nancy Burke, and I'm really concerned that the council seems ready to vote on defunding the police department with little input from the Richmond community at large. In fact, it seems like many parties who would be affected by this seemingly have not been brought into the discussion, such as the neighborhood councils and RPD. Indeed, here in our area of Richmond, we already have little police service and have had an uptick in crimes, such as many fireworks, like I mentioned before, and adding to our fire danger and vehicle theft. There have been a lot of things going on out here. I want to see everyone feel safe and protected in Richmond. We need time to work with the police department to develop strategies to reimagine the police. In fact, Richmond does not actually handle mental health issues. The county does handle mental health issues. And it would be really good to develop that relationship with the county and the police department so they could work together. The council must reach out on these important issues with all who have a stake in making Richmond a safe place. We already have so few police. Cutting the department further without knowing where we are going around some of these many issues of homelessness, mental health, and public safety seems rash to me at this time. So please slow down, talk to your town, and find out what the residents really want. And I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bischoff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, my name is Steve Bischoff. I'm a resident of Richmond, have been for 22 years now. I'm a member of the May Valley Neighborhood Council, and we did send some recommendations to you guys. I hope you had a chance to look at them. One of the things we did recommend is that you might look for other funding sources for a couple of the new programs you're talking about, and this is a time when some money's kicking around that way. But the thing we were really concerned about at this point is we want you to stop cutting the police department. We want you to take those things off the agenda because you owe it to the community as a whole to find out what they want from the police department before you make any cuts at this point. And I think you haven't really done much of a job of that. I know the task force certainly didn't. And ascertaining what community members want from the police department needs to be conducted by a neutral party because the task force, I think, has already made it clear where they're coming from on all this sort of thing. Once once that's done, then we can sort of we can look at what do we need by way of a police department and see if we have enough money now to do that. The other thing is when you depend on new programs that don't exist yet and pretend like those are going to take work away from the police department so they don't need as many staff, that is not very sensible, as a matter of fact. So I hope that you will find a way to hear from the community. I'd certainly be happy to work on a committee to help you do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Helen Burks, and I'll call the next group: Nanette Beecham, Sarah Cantor, Eli Moore, Tarnell Abbott, Floy Andrews, Jamie McBean, Lisa Johnson, Oscar Garcia, Monica, and Luis Chacon. Helen?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Helen Burks. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Helen Burks, and I am a task force member. I am also a Richmond resident, and I am a Richmond educator. I wanted to address a few things this evening about how we got to where we are and what I hope will happen as we move forward. How we got to where we are, I heard so many points made at the beginning of the presentation about how more time was needed and how much work different employees in the city have been putting in around these proposals. And something I wanted to reflect is that there didn't have to be as much of a crunch here at the end. These proposals were voted on a while ago within the task force. And the city manager has actually not been to a task force meeting all year. And I think knowing that what the purview of this task force was, that seems like a big miss to me. And so I'm not by any means saying that the work, it wasn't going to be a big lift, but I think if this was something that there was commitment to, that lift would have started sooner. And so that's just a piece that I wanted to mention. Another thing I wanted to mention about the process is that it's been very hard for us to get transparency around numbers around the police budget. We did get a presentation. Actually, at that time, I wasn't yet a task force member, but I was calling in. And one thing I requested was if we could get access to an itemized budget, both on that date of the Chief French's presentation, as well as during the presentation a day. There's a lack of specific numbers given, and that makes it really hard to have dialogue, to have collaboration, and to have forward movement when there's vagueness about what we're actually talking about and a lack of specifics. So that's something that I would still like to see. I still like to see what the 10.3 looks like so that we can have dialogue, knowing we're actually starting from the same starting point. It feels like at this point we're engaging in dialogue.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Nanette Beecham. Nanette? Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we will go to the next person. Sarah Cantor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I am a Richmond resident. I'm a homeowner here in Richmond, and I am calling in support of the task force measures. I have a few different comments. First, I think that there's like a real underlying difference in how we see crime and why we think that crime happens. I think that what Chief French expressed and what I've heard from a lot of folks is the belief that crime happens because there are bad people who want to do bad things. And the way that you stop them from doing that is by punishing them. And I think that what I see from the task force members and what I believe is that people engage in crime because they don't have other options. And when the way to stop that from happening is by providing people with the opportunity to live in the way that those of us who have privilege are able to live without having to resort to illegal means just to survive. The Chief French, as Councilmember Martinez pointed out, police officers are extremely expensive. Chief French stated over and over how RPD is not currently meeting the needs of the community. She mentioned that RPD isn't able to handle calls related to prostitution, drug use, that despite their best efforts, they're not making a dent. And that is an expensive program to keep investing in that isn't working. This plan of the task force is proposing not only is it more humane, it makes good solid economic financial sense for the city. So please vote yes on these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Nanette Beecham. Nanette? Okay, our next speaker is Eli Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Eli Moore, Richmond resident. First thing, Mayor Budd, if you had been at the council meeting when the task force presented, or even task force meetings or the town halls, you would have a lot of the answers to those questions. Or if you were listening at this meeting, you would know that there are 5 mental health calls per day. And that was data early on in the task force work that they had and incorporated into their program design. I mean, overall, I was so impressed with how much the task force put together in terms of data, from the 911 calls to the budgets, police budgets over 4 decades. And then tonight we hear these arguments about budget, and there's no detailed budget. There's no, like the previous speaker said, there's no actual facts about what the current costs are by line item and where would be the smart places to save money. So it's so frustrating that city staff could have sat down with the task force and thought about implementation and raised these questions and said, okay, what is the timeline for the community crisis response program? Okay, how fast can we hire them? Okay, when do they start taking calls? Okay, well, how does that reduce the work of RPD? And likewise with the other programs. But instead of doing that analysis so that we could have a smart budget, so that we could have programs that make sense and are integrated and a realistic timeline for implementation, we're here playing like straw man arguments like, oh, you didn't think of this, so this is a terrible plan. And it's silly. Like, we can do better. We need city leadership that really takes data seriously, that takes planning and collaboration seriously. And that takes these values seriously, not this stupid like, oh, this is a defund the police plan. That's just ridiculous. Like, stop. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tarnell Abbott.
Hi, I hope I can talk over my dog barking. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I am a resident. I know your moms all told you that old adage about how an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And, you know, some of the crime prevention that you've underfunded for years are the library, the recreation department, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and so on. I mean, I think the current or the upcoming budget, it's looking something like the police budget will be $74 million, Youth Works $2 million, Office of Neighborhood Safety $2 million, Community Services $5 million, Library and Cultural Services $6 million. You know, you have to, you know, if you want prevention, you have to fund prevention. If you want, you know, a hammer, you fund the hammer, and the police kind of are the hammer. They're not even really the cure. It's just, I guess what I'm trying to say is that there is so much that could be done to help people and to help people have better lives, quality of life, that is so much less expensive than the officer-driven solution, the armed officer-driven solution. And it's not a solution anyway, it's a Band-Aid. So, you know, listen to the task force. They've worked very hard. They've given thousands of hours of volunteer service and looked at this thing from a lot of different angles. So I just would urge you to have the respect this thing that grew out of community demand that something different be done.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Floyd Andrews.
Good evening, Council. I'm Floyd Andrews. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm pleased to be here. I am really impressed with the work of the task force. I think it is very detailed and with very clear recommendations. I think that although our police force headed up by Chief French is, a probably exceptional quality police force, police are not social workers. And there are a lot of needs in our community for the skills of a social worker. And by employing those skills, I think we can reduce the demand on our highly trained, effective police officers. It just makes perfect sense to use the right tool for the right problem. And so I do think that we should move forward with the task force recommendations. But I did hear Chief French talk about the difficulty of laying off police officers, and I also understand that conundrum. And it does make sense to me that we more quickly adopt the task force recommendations and then carefully over time come up with ways to implement them effectively in the community, so we don't have that sort of gap, and so that we don't have to immediately pull the plug on a number of police officers. But, a year from now, 18 months from now, as soon as possible, we should have this new paradigm for public safety in our city, like we're seeing in many cities across the country, including cities that are our very neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie McBean.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everyone. Just to start, I just want to acknowledge that the task force has put months of effort into crunching numbers and building budgets for the program that they need, and it's very impressive. So I thank them for all the work that they've done. And frankly, as compared to the work that the task force has done, the fact that we're supposed to just sort of take the word of the police in response to these proposals is kind of confusing to me as a resident and surprising. And I feel bad for the members of the task force that have devoted their nights and their weekends to working on this and receiving something like this in response to all of that effort. So just wanted to say that to them. As a community, we've heard from members for weeks now that despite all of the police trainings and programs that may be out there, their public safety isn't a reality in the current system, and that there is a need for a fundamentally different approach to public safety. And it boggles my mind that despite all of these stories and these heartfelt pleas from people from the community, there's still this perception that the community voice isn't being heard, even though we've been hearing it for weeks now. And I just wanted to call that out and make sure that people are aware and have listened and have heard these impassioned pleas from people in their community, and that they aren't discounted as we think about how to move forward with these initiatives. And then one last thing I'll say, the way that this $10.3 million is being discussed is as if it will disappear into thin air rather than being reinvested into programs that will uplift our community. I agree with something that was said earlier, that people need to have their basic needs met and that they need public safety. And just because we may not be Minneapolis or Atlanta doesn't mean that those needs are being met. So we should think about that and fund these programs.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. If the RPA council members and task force actually wanted to address the issues that are specific to RPD and to help our community, this would have been a truly collaborative process from the get-go, one that invited everyone to the table, listened to and respected everyone, and worked to find solutions that enhance public safety and strengthen our police force training, accountability, and transparency. What you heard from Chief French tonight was a professional, logical, and well thought out response to this task force. Thank you. Elsewhere, Logic seems to have been dismissed in favor of pushing yet another agenda that serves to further divide our community. The goal here has been to defund RPD and decimate the force, period. Many of the programs and funding that the task force are demanding, their words, not mine, are worthwhile. However, their cost has been significantly underestimated and importantly should be funded by the appropriate source, the county, the state, and the feds, not the city and not RPD. This report doesn't even mention funding from the Richmond Kids First Initiative and Measure X until the last page. Staff simply hasn't had the time to provide you the appropriate assessment regarding these funds because the task force members operated in a silo and wouldn't allow city staff to provide the appropriate guidance and feedback over the past year. The dispatch center is just one example of many. I'm disappointed staff would even propose reallocating $5.5 million of city money and eliminating 10 sworn officer positions to support programs that should be paid for elsewhere. You're now wanting taxpayer money to pay for youth to work in private companies. Seriously? RPD never asked to take on many of the responsibilities that they assumed because the county and state failed to prioritize, fund, and support them. What you have refused to also publicly account for is that mental health crisis counselors require a police escort to ensure their own safety. Please explain to the public how cutting 35 sworn officers will ensure their counselors' protection and possibly their life. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in the Iron Triangle. One of the things that's occurred to me is none of the city council members currently live in an area such as the Iron Triangle, so they don't get to see the realities of things that happen every day that require police intervention. The first example I will give, today when I got home a little bit before 6 p.m., there was a shooting down the street from my house. I saw a ton of police officers and I assumed it was a car accident. But 10 minutes before I got home, there was a shooting and someone was seriously injured. And over an hour later, guess who was still processing the scene? The Richmond Police Department. Another example is the Castro Street encampment. Guess who was called to bring order to the encampment? It was the Richmond Police Department. And not too long ago, I witnessed a really bad accident on Ohio Avenue. And guess who were the first to respond and the last to leave the scene? It was the Richmond Police Department. This is the reality of the residents of the Iron Triangle. Probably not the reality of most or all the city council members, but this is the reality of a lot of Richmond residents who depend on a reliable police department to get through our days and not have to worry unnecessarily about shootings and crime. We rely on our police department, and I want to end by thanking our half Boricua police chief for her presentation and for providing the details that hopefully will drive some good decision making tonight, because the city and the Iron Triangle deserve a well-staffed police department.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Luis Chacon, and I'll call our next group of speakers: Naomi Williams, Alex Mazuet, Jan Mignoni, Shiva Mishik, Emily Ross, Katrinka Ruck, Marisol Cantu, Shirley, and Carrie Contreras. Luis Chacon.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. Just for as far as that last speaker, you want to talk about somebody from the Iron Triangle, you should talk to some of our City Council members. But first, it's just really astonishing how seemingly the entire police department services are hanging on a $10.3 million thread. This is especially astonishing when RPD currently has a budget surplus of over $10 million with just over a month left to spend it. All the services Bisa French mentioned would be cut are focused on responding to violence and harm, showing up after the fact. What Oscar Garcia just mentioned happened with the police in its current state. So clearly they are not preventing crime. This is not making us safer. Chief French mentioned for drug users after the third strike, criminalization begins. If someone is caught using 3 times, clearly the system in place is not working and folks relying on substances are not being adequately supported. What the task force is focusing on is prevention and intervention to stop crime, violence, harm from happening in the first place. Yes, these proposals would cut officer positions and they would result in over 35 FTE positions through ONS, SOS, and the CCRP, dozens of stipend positions as well, and hundreds of youth jobs, all while creating a more sustainable model for community safety. On the topic of Youth Works, it's a program that also focuses on training and support for young workers who would otherwise have limited or no access to those services. Surely it's in the interest of the city to foster well-trained and skilled people at early age, regardless of where they're working at. In so many ways, we're failing our most vulnerable community members. We're not setting people up to fulfill their true potential. Instead, we are relying on police to show up after people have caused harm, and we're relying on police to lock those people up. I urge us to move beyond this reliance on police and move towards more care and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams.
Good evening. I've been listening to everybody saying different things. I've lived here in Richmond for 49 years, and I have seen almost all sides of both the police department and the people that actually live in Richmond. First, I want to thank Chief for that report. Did you guys really hear Chief French, or are you really listening to the fact about our city and how your police really serve you? While you may feel so safe and don't feel like you need protection, what about your neighbors? Do you believe that the cops from the other city is going to follow the Richmond rules? Of course not. Guess what? Is SOS included in the task force plans? I've been here and I did all of the volunteering and have been on many committees, including the police review board. We used to be the police commission. I stayed on there during the cowboy times. But there are so many things that you guys are not being rational about. Some of the things that you say is really good, but you can work those out by using some other funds, not the police funds. The budget in the police department should be higher for the good cops. That's when we had less crime. We don't have less crime now, and we don't have more officers, sworn officers, good ones. So take that into consideration, please, when you're making your vote.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Alex Mazouet.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. So this is Alex Mazouet, active member of my Building Woods Neighborhood Council in Richmond. And the route in my neighborhood is not always pretty. And still, I strongly believe we need to reduce our police department budget. It's not the role of the police to control the community. Instead, we should create a stronger alternative emergency response network with mental health workers, crisis intervention specialists, school community specialists, and street outreach workers. And also, we should support fund organizations like SOS, because this community-oriented organization greatly helps reduce problems with homeless individuals and encampments. It is not a matter of defunding anyone, it's a matter of balancing funding, providing all departments, organizations, and programs the funding truly need, working to reimagine policies that the police will not be overwhelmed with calls to respond to. The police will have more time, officers and staff, to focus on investigations and other crime-related issues. And this does not mean a huge budget. It is immediate. There's no gap in time to implement measures that are democratic and humane. Spending money on new helmets, new patrol cars, super top of the line expensive equipments, top officers' bonuses, and the likes do not lower crime. It just diverts important funding from services and programs that help our residents. Community services independent from the police department can significantly lower crime and make our city safer and a greater place to live in. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Mignoni.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I really think that there should be time spent for more outreach. I am in the senior community and know many seniors in the senior community who do not know anything about what's going on, and what they do know, they are very afraid about. Unless you're out there knocking on everyone's door, telling them what's going on, I don't think you have any right to do something like this. You're changing how people's lives are going to be. You don't see it that way, but maybe if you took baby steps instead of giant steps, you'd see something. One thing I do want to bring to your attention, over about a year before COVID, the DA of Contra Costa County, Diana Becton, started a 23rd Street task force in which we worked with San Pablo and Richmond on doing good jobs with all the agencies that are involved with family justice to help with prostitution on 23rd Street. We're making great strides. COVID came, we're starting back up. Richmond won't be able to have a police officer to be there because you guys don't want anybody there to take care of this. We don't punish the girls. We only punish the pimps. That is how they do it in Richmond. That's how we do it in Contra Costa County. Also want you to know that if you've been in Richmond for any length of time, the old Richmond Hospital, 820 23rd Street, has been purchased, leased for a 10-year lease to do transitional housing. It's PLN 20-121 on your planning list. And maybe you should try to help them move their business along a little bit so that they can have transitional housing in a building way before SOS can do anything. You have to give us time. You have to listen to all the public, not just those who believe what you believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shiva Mishik.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shiva Mishik. I'm a District 6 resident. I want to share an experience I had with the Richmond Police Department when I moved into the city. It was in the morning and I was 8 months pregnant, and I saw a woman being beaten in front of my house by her partner. She was being choked and, as I said, beaten severely. And normally I would not call the police, but given that I was 8 months pregnant, I didn't feel comfortable inserting myself into the situation. And so I called the police, and it was very clear. They said that many people had called in and given reports that this woman was being beaten. 5 cop cars showed up. There were about 7 police officers there. The woman was clearly having a mental health crisis. She was not at a risk to anyone. She was not being violent. Yet she was the one taken away in handcuffs while the man beating her sat on the curb. And I could hear from my open window that the officers were joking with him. They were laughing at the woman. I heard it. I saw it with my own eyes. And she was taken away in handcuffs. He was left there. He was allowed to walk away from the situation, despite the fact that I saw him beating her and choking her in front of my house, as did multiple people on the street. I think that this is a situation that could have been handled much better by social workers and mental health specialists. I think that I should not have had to walk away feeling as if I should not have called the police, and that calling the police made this domestic abuse victim's life worse. And I regretted doing so. I don't think that should be a decision point that anybody has to make. And I think that anyone saying that their lives are going to change as a result of these policies, good, they should. Our community needs it. So many people need things to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident.
Given that today is the first day of Pride Month, I wanted to touch briefly on the intersection between policing and violence against LGBTQ community members. LGBTQ people are overrepresented in rates of incarceration and prison victimization. LGBTQ people of color, especially Black transgender women, disproportionately endure structural issues in law enforcement. And I've heard a lot of people talk about how far away these issues are from us. And I just want to lift up that it's been 8 years since Kayla Moore was murdered by police in Berkeley during a wellness check that was initiated by loved ones out of concern for her mental health. And her family's still seeking justice. When I think of traumatic events that have occurred within my community, including sexual assault, mental health challenges, and shootings, sometimes there has been a police response to these incidents, sometimes none. Many of my loved ones don't feel safe to report harms that they experience due to deep distrust with police. And what's been remarkable to me about harmful things my community has experienced is the way family, friends, and neighbors take care of each other, checking on each other, sweeping broken glass up off the street, and supporting one another in an ongoing way. I believe it's entirely worthwhile to consider strategies to meet community needs that go beyond policing. I think the task force proposals offer us a better path forward towards inclusive and safe community than our current policing model. So let's fund accordingly. Thank you for hopefully supporting those proposals. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrinka Ruck.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Vice Mayor, Council and staff. I'm a Richmond resident and speaking on behalf of the Council of Business and Industries. First, we want to really thank the task force for the time spent on issues that impact our neighbors, businesses, health, and safety. However, we believe that further downsizing an already depleted police department is not the answer. We fear that the loss of the 35, police officers will create an open environment to increase crimes. While we welcome discussion and debate of reasonable ideas, we do not agree that there's been sufficient outreach, education, and involvement of all the citizens of Richmond. We suggest the following. Implement the May Valley Neighborhood Council's recommendations. Implement recommendations that have been budgeted for to improve services, for example, those submitted from the Accountability Subcommittee. Conduct more outreach to the community neighborhood councils, RNCC, community groups, businesses, and determine their concerns and recommendations. Provide answers to staff questions which were posed in the agenda report and those submitted by COI and other folks at the April 21st meeting of the task force. I want to thank Chief French for the presentation on what services will be impacted with the cut so that we have a better idea of the impact. We recommend surveying the police department to assess their recommendations and assess additional monies that the city can access, like ARPA county funding, Measure X, and Kids First. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I am a third generation Richmond resident, and I would like to uplift my cousin Giovanni Fragoso, killed by 6 gunshots to the chest and the face at the age of 21. I just want to say rest in peace, Primo. I also want to say that I'm the sister to Diego Cantu, who was in a car accident with a drunk driver who caused him to be paralyzed from his chest down, only to die 1 year later from his injuries. He also passed at 21 years old. Rise in power, Diego. While I was shielded from such harms, you see, my family wasn't. We lived in 2 parallel worlds. My father saw the disparities for Latinos in education, in healthcare, in community care, in community services, and after school programs. So he transferred me, luckily, to schools in El Cerrito, where I was able to get all the support and resources needed to be a change agent in my community. Now, my cousin Giovanni, he had a very different experience. He was not shielded. He was not provided the same opportunities as I was. These proposals make a difference in youth, in gun violence, in mental health crises. You see, some of these people don't understand that because they've never been impacted the same way, by the same system, by the same violence. We need preventative care. We need collective care. We do not need more policing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shirley. And if you could please give your complete name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Shirley Leslie. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I want to thank the task force so much for all of the super diligent work y'all have been doing, nights, weekends, and several nights per week. That is not easy work at all. And I kind of wanted to start off just by doing some grounding. And I know y'all have heard these numbers before, but just to reiterate them, 40% of our city general fund goes to policing, compared to 2.8% going to community services. So that's 67 million on policing a year. That is absolutely absurd. 40% of a city budget spent on policing is irresponsible for any city. I know we are not other cities, but that's a solid blanket statement to stand behind. That's extremely irresponsible. And the full 10.3 million absolutely needs to be reallocated from RPD. Community members having their needs met is of the utmost importance, and having these services be accessible without being connected to RPD is crucial. So we've heard a lot over this past night and several presentations before that RPD provides a lot of services. Okay, they're spread thin. Why not invest more in those services that can be completely decoupled from the department? That sounds like a really solid plan to me. And I think all of the proposals that are coming forth are about prevention and about intervention, and providing everyone's basic needs from jump means that kind of nips it in the bud for a lot of potentials later. So I wanted to say that I super support the task force proposals to reallocate 10.3 million from RPD. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Contreras, and I will read the next group of speakers. Next group is Elliot, Javanka Beckles, Lisa Coe, Sadie Egan, Graham, Michael Glickson, Sean Dunning, Peggy, and David Sharples. Carrie? Carrie, can you please unmute yourself? Okay, we'll come back to her. Our next speaker is Elliot. Oh, are you there?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So I came across a really stark statistic the other day, and it's not surprising. I knew it existed all along, which is 1 in 4 of everyone incarcerated in the world, 1 out of 4 is in the United States. So I think where there's a lot of people saying, don't do this and don't do that, it's time as a country that we move city by city and reimagine how we look at how we treat people on the whole and why it is that people are ending up this way. And you're talking about hundreds of years of colonialization in communities. And I can say this because my husband's Indigenous. So the root causes that are being addressed by the task force are very important and is long overdue, hundreds of years overdue. And so when people have a closed mind and they look at the police force having to operate a certain way, it's because they can't imagine anything different than it's just the way it's always been. And so trying to open people's minds is going to be a tough task. And you're going to have a lot of people who are going to say, no, we can't do this. And we have to man the police force to look a certain way, and it has to look like this, but it's just not the truth. Everybody goes through changes, and it's time for Richmond. I've been here, I'm fourth generation, so immigrant family to this country, and so I can say that I've seen Richmond through it all, and it's time. We're long overdue. I'm raising kids here. They deserve. We don't have anything currently that we offer our kids, and it's just sad. So it's time that we reimagine things. I support the task force. I really hope that people can open their minds and understand, after many hundreds of years of mistreatment in Black and brown communities, it's time to do things differently for everyone. It will make a difference for everyone.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Elliot, and can you please provide your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Elie Alomar.
Okay, you can begin.
Okay. First of all, I want to bring to the room the people that aren't a part of this conversation right now, the people that aren't a part of any task force or any type of organizations, because we're trying to survive daily and trying to put meals on the table and don't have the luxury to participate in things like this. I happen to be someone that lives in two worlds. I happen to be someone that does have a master's degree and also someone that struggles to feed my family. So participating in things like this is a luxury. And I just want everybody here to recognize and acknowledge that those of us that can't always participate or be part of council meetings and things like this, it doesn't mean that we don't care. It's now a lot of the comments that I've heard sound very scary, because it's clear when people are talking about community and the task force hasn't talked to the community and involved the community. I don't really feel that these people that are speaking are thinking about me, that happen to be a Black skin Latina, mother to two Black skin sons. So we are also part of the community. The people that are having kids that are in and out of the juvenile system, we are also part of the community. The people that are having kids that are failing out of schools, we are also part of the community. We're not failing, we're trying. And I'm that person that graduated with honors. I'm that person that considers myself a nerd. And my son just got off of probation for 3 years. I'm that advocate that was out there in the streets fighting for justice since I was young, translating for my Nicaraguense mother. So I'm also part of that community. So you just can't get rid of us or lock us up or not involve us in the conversation because we're not here with you guys on Zoom link. So I want to represent everybody, because we are everybody, and the voiceless are part of the community as well. Whether or not we go to your council meetings or whether or not we're in Zoom links, you guys come to us, come and knock on our doors. You guys come and knock and find out what we want and what we need, not just people that have the luxury to go to meetings. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Javanka Beckles.
Good afternoon, council members. And I just want to say to that last caller, that was amazing, 100% real. Randy Joseph, it's up to you as well, brother. My name is Javanka Beckles, and I'm a homeowner, longtime resident of Richmond. I support a coordinated system approach to reducing violence in Richmond. It was community-based responses that led to crime reduction. As Councilmember Jimenez stated, we need to continue the direction of community-based services. Addressing the root causes of crime is how we stay safe. I also agree that I would have liked to have seen how the budget can work with a reduction in police budget, not why it will not. I support and stand in solidarity with so many allies, co-conspirators, elected officials who are calling for change, reduce bloated police budgets, and increase resources to the community that provides hope, opportunities, and safety for many, all while reducing police workload. It's a win-win situation. I really got to say this as well, because I truly believe that if Black Lives Matter, then you need to believe and support the solutions that this movement for Black lives is calling for. That is systemic change. Thank you, council members, for your courage, creativity, vision for a better society that provides hope, opportunity, and safety for all. Big props and thank you and appreciation and fists up as well to the task force for coming up with such a revolutionary plan for community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Cody.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cody, and I am a researcher for SEIU 1021. This presentation this evening seems to be more of a detailed plan about how not to recommend or how not to implement the task force's recommendations that were put forward by a majority of the task force and approved by the City Council. It's an exhaustive narrative with no budget or detailed numbers on how not to implement the recommendations, why the recommendations won't work, and if only the staff had actually devoted the time that they spent on this narrative to actually looking into how they could make the recommendations work, it might have been a smoother process and one that's further along. Furthermore, there are enormous discrepancies in the vacancy data that's been published by the city recently by the police department, the human resources department, and other departments in the city. I'm not at all confident as to the data, the accuracy of the data that's being put forward by the city today. I personally have dealt with the artificial narratives put forward by the city of Richmond that the city is on the brink of disaster financially. Only a few months ago, the city was claiming it was barely solvent, and yet we're at a $9 million surplus right now, with 8 to 10 million more expected before the end of the fiscal year. So go figure. Something that we have known all along, but the city refused to sort of publish the data. So I'm not at all surprised. 35 positions being eliminated. I'd love to see the detail on that, where the numbers came from, how much money is being provided by each position. Again, question the assumptions, question the data. I've dealt with the city of Richmond's financial numbers before and found them to not be accurate. I support the council members, their bravery, and the task force. And, you know, it's a challenge to the democratic process when the staff themselves don't actually provide recommendations and implementations that they have to do.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sadie Egan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Sadie Egan. I grew up in Richmond and I'm now raising my 2 young children here as well. I believe in our community and I'm wholeheartedly invested in wraparound safety services. I'm calling in to applaud and endorse the work of the task force. I've joined in on many of the community roundtables held throughout the year and seen the dedication, data, and hard work that went into all of these proposals. These are not rushed or rash proposals. Anyone claiming there's a disconnect from the Richmond community members clearly are not listening to anyone outside their own circle of privilege. Police do not prevent crime, they're too expensive, and do not ensure safety for our community. Thank you for listening.
Mayor Butt, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
I do. Would somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30, and then when that comes around, we'll take
Yes,
another.
I would like to make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11:30 or until this item is discussed, fully discussed.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This will take 5 votes. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no. Thank you.
Here, our next speaker is Graham, and can you please give your complete name for the record?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Graham Perrott. I'm a resident of Richmond. Thank you very much for holding this meeting. I would just like to point out that everybody is saying that crime is going down. I've just got in front of me the stat report from the RPD. The latest one seems to be for January 2021. And in the 12 months up until then, violent crimes in Richmond have risen 40%. That's according to this report. So this doesn't sound like a great idea to reduce the number of police here. One thing that seems to be completely overlooked is the deterrent role that cops play when they're out on the streets in their cars going around the city. The criminal element then realizes that the cops are out, and that will help deter crime. That seems to have been totally overlooked. The second thing that seems to be an overlook is the statement that was made that a lot of these relief services, the ambulance, the firemen and so on, in many circumstances will not go into a scene where they're required without police support. So if you have fewer police on the ground, you're going to have fewer of those services being provided exactly when they're needed. Now, I agree that a lot of these services are being proposed are very good, but they need to be done in conjunction with strengthening the police force and allowing them to maintain their presence on the ground. Right now, the issue is, right now, for many citizens, we have crime now, and that needs to be held down, and that can only be done by the police force. If you go ahead with this plan, you're going to kneecap Chief French, and she will probably get up and leave, in which case that's probably the right decision to make. So I strongly suggest that we turn around, we keep the police force intact and find other ways to fund these good programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Glickson.
Hello, good evening. My name is Michael Glickson. I'm a Richmond resident. I would first like to thank the staff of the city and Chief French for responding to what was your directive from the city council when they voted to incorporate this $10.2 million for these new needed services into the 2021-22 budget. I know you've spent a lot of time on this. I appreciate that. I also want to wholeheartedly endorse the work of the Reimagining Public Safety Committee, and just say that there's, if it sounds like everything is fine with the police department, they shouldn't lose a penny. And that's not how this is going to work if we're going to reimagine public safety and also kind of work toward decarcerating our country. So this is a difficult issue, and there's going to be a lot of back and forth. I understand that. And I just think that we have to really have vision, and that's what the Reimagine Public Safety Committee has been working on. So again, I support their work, and I support the continued working this out so a good amount of this gets in the budget for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Dunning.
Hi, good evening. Sean Dunning, a Richmond resident. A quick story. 5 years ago, when my wife and I decided to move to Richmond to raise our young daughters, I wrote a letter to then Chief Brown. And this was right on the heels of a lot of the really tragic police-involved shootings around the country. And I was inspired by images of, our former chief on the front lines of riots, not riots, but protests, holding up a sign that says Black Lives Matter. Where else in the country do you see a police chief doing that? That was before it was popular. Then we moved here and I wrote a letter to Chief Brown, and I expressed my sincere concern and questions about, okay, how does this police force do things? I want to know that you're investing in implicit bias training. I want to know that you are investing in de-escalation training. I want to know that you're hiring a diverse force, because I felt that was all I could do was use my voice. And I was astonished to get a very personal reply that was nothing less than inspiring. And now we have Chief French, raised in Richmond, an inspiring human being, an inspiring chief. And the community involved program here is, once upon a time, was second to none and could have been leading the nation. And to see that just thrown away through a lens of false dichotomy is just ridiculous. I completely, wholeheartedly endorse all the ideas of the task force. They're brilliant. They're good. They're good. But this is ridiculous to keep re-arguing that. Nobody says they're not good. Nobody has said that the ideas are not good. The one problem is the non sequitur that says we need to get rid of the police in order to do that. Please, for the life of us, Please think this through.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peggy, and can you please give your full name for the record?
My name is Peggy Chow, and I am a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. For the past 3 years, I have had a unique involvement in varying stages of the hiring and training processes for more than 20 Richmond police officers, many of whom are thriving as solo patrol officers today. It is this involvement that allows me to affirm without hesitation that our newest generations of Richmond police officers are the epitome of diversity, not only in gender, ethnicity, identity, but also in life experiences. This is a level of diversity that I believe all communities strive to attain. The proposed reduction from the police department still effectively halts forward progress in sustaining a diverse workforce that has strengthened ties within our community. The ability to relate to the concerns of a community is the core of a policing model that has proven its success time and time again. The ideals of public safety are constantly changing, and I think we can all agree that community programs are vital for success. However, positive change requires that public safety and community programs move forward together, not through compromise at each other's expense. In today's fast-paced era, stopping forward progress means falling behind. In the realm of public safety, falling behind can be the difference between life and death. Our community deserves progress, growth, and change that does not come with compromise to their safety. Please reconsider these cuts to RPD for a more favorable plan that unites police with our community and does not divide us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Sharples, and I'll call our next group: Ross Harris, Josh Tate, Marion Williams, Jane Carant, Roxana Benavides, Local 188 President, and Venterio. David Sharples.
Hello, good evening. David Sharples, Richmond resident and with the community group ACE. Yeah, I wanted to speak out in support of the task force recommendations. Over the past 10 years, Richmond has invested in real community safety through ONS, RISE, Reentry Success, and this is what has made Richmond safer. The task force plan is about expanding programs that are making Richmond safer. If we don't address the root causes of crime, then we won't have safety that lasts. We cannot arrest our way to safety. That has failed and has ruined too many lives. Investing in youth, unhoused people, and offering new opportunities for folks in crisis will make our city safer. Services have helped people be and act safer, not police. This is a racial equity issue. Last year, 47% of YouthWorks participants were below the poverty level with a household income of less than $20,000. Yet none of the participants committed any criminal actions during the program. This is true prevention. 56% of unsheltered people are Black. We have left our Black community members without adequate support to thrive. Now is the time to reinvest in services for unhoused folks with substance dependency and substance use issues instead of criminalizing them. We need a system-wide approach on addressing homelessness that is not punitive but holistic and well-funded. The police are currently responding to many situations that they are not able to effectively resolve. The task force proposals will reduce the need for police response. Things like mental health crises, people without housing, people on substances, and many other situations that the police are not equipped to handle. The task force recommendations reduce police responsibilities so they can focus on things that they need to take care of, like investigations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ross Harris.
Hello, I have some questions about the proposed public safety budget. Why has there not been a citywide poll like other cities have conducted on defunding the police? What exact data was the task force going off of in determining that their proposals will lead to less crime? If they are following the lead of other cities, which cities exactly? And what does the data tell us about the success of such programs? What metrics are we planning on using to determine the success of any of these proposed ideas if implemented in Richmond? I support additional funding to a variety of programs that attempt to deal with the root cause of these issues, but we need to do it in a calculated way that doesn't take funds away from an already poorly funded police force. That said, I think the city manager has done a good job compromising on this budget, and I think that this proposed budget is much better than what was initially proposed by the task force. It also seems clear that the dispatch center proposal needs to be better thought out and should likely integrate with 911 dispatch. In the future, I would like the RPA members of the city council to reach out to the community much more instead of staying within their echo chamber and just listening to a small vocal segment of people. City council should be more open to what the city staff and police chief are saying. For example, Chief French's recommendations of community service officers and a mental health team seem like a good way to satisfy many of the complaints that the task force members have with the current RPD. To me, it seems like working with what we have will be more efficient and cheaper. And finally, I know that the RPA members of the city council have good intentions, but instead of focusing on wide-reaching, expensive, and poorly thought out programs, I would have much more faith in the city if they could first prove to be effective in combating smaller issues like illegal dumping, trash in the streets, and fireworks. There's no reason why the city can't do the fundamental things better right now. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marion Williams. Marion? Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I am Marion Williams. I've been a Richmond resident and for 31 years. And I fully commend the, I'm sorry, I have an echo here. Task force for what the work they've done, and I really appreciate Chief French's report. I am sad, however, that there has not been more community outreach and input. And I would hope that you would really take a close look at the recommendations from the May Valley Neighborhood Council and reach out to all of the neighborhood councils for their input, and specifically to reach out and consult with Chief French rather than just her presentation. I know you put in a lot of work into this, and I think the programs are great that are recommended, but I think we would be harmed by taking away a police force that has been highly respected and one that has been lauded for its community policing. I don't believe in taking out and making the police pay for some of these programs. It feels like you are punishing the police department. And I want us to all feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jane Carant.
Yes, good evening. I'd like to register my support for the task force recommendations to reallocate the $10.3 million in resources so we can finally focus on the roots of crime. I appreciate that this shift is not going to be easy, but it's time to change our thinking about what really keeps a community safe and stop following approaches that haven't been successful in reducing crime. As previous speakers have said, and the recent wonderful task force presentation so dramatically pointed out, our oversized city police budget dwarfs the funding for desperately needed community services and programs that can help people thrive. In the short term, yes, moving away from over-policing and over-incarceration may create some difficulties for some, but if we cannot make a start, we will persist in over-policing at the same time that harm, violence, substance abuse, homelessness, and tragedy continues. So thank you for listening. I'm finished.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxana Benavides. Oh, looks like she disappeared. Okay, I'll call the next person, Local 188 President.
Good evening, Luis Padilla, Richmond Firefighters, Local 188. I'm here to speak against police cuts. Some of the recommendations are going to have a negative effect on this community, plain and simple. 35 layoffs of police officers, the elimination of shot spotter, the elimination of investigation equipment, the elimination of the police athletics league. You really expect positive things to come out of this? It's almost like you're arming the criminals. You're preparing the wolf to watch over the sheep. Stop this madness. Don't make a decision tonight. Think this through. We already pay the highest taxes in the Bay Area. Businesses are threatening to leave because of a gross receipts tax. And now this. By the way, we had 2 shootings in the city of Richmond today. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. So now we'll try to go back to Roxana Benavides. Can you please unmute yourself? Hello, Roxana? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, which is Everett Fuentes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. One of the things that I'm having a problem understanding is how everyone can talk about equity and inclusion when there's clear indication that the translator tonight has not been used, not once. And I've been here sitting on the phone for about an hour listening to everyone speak. That should be an indication to everyone that is still hearing me right now that outreach has not been done with this proposal. The other thing, I want to make it absolutely clear that something needs to be done. That reform needs to happen and accountability needs to be established with police work and policing our communities, especially in low income and under-resourced communities. But this idea of trades, spending millions of dollars on trades, the expectation that our kids deserve trades and work as a form of an equity solution is a false one. I was one of those kids that you as a city council members are looking to put to work with trade schools. And you know what? Luckily I didn't choose a trade, and I'm not saying trades are not noble and honorable, because that's what my family did for a living. But education is the key. Why are we not investing millions of dollars into education and giving our kids the opportunities to become leaders, to have the capability of coming back to their communities and making change happen? Why are we not seeking that? Do you honestly think that people in Oakland Hills or Berkeley Hills are telling their kids, hey, Richmond is going to invest into trade schools. Why don't you go study over there? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eddie Chacon. Eddie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, good evening, City Council. My name is Eddie Chacon. I want to take this time to uplift our community member, Elliot, who spoke earlier. I want to share that was really powerful. I grew up both in San Pablo and Richmond, went to Ford, Adams, and graduated from Richmond High School in 2012. I've invested so much of my time in Richmond, not only because I believe in the young people that live in this city, but also because when thinking about all the young lives that we've lost along the way, since I was a teen till now, I realized that there were resources missing for our youth there is and has been a need to keep our young people busy, productive, and working on themselves to become responsible adults. When I was a teenager, I was a victim of gun violence in Richmond. I almost lost my best friend as the bullet grazed his neck. Although it was a random act, I think a lot about how the situation would have been different if we were busy with jobs and not roaming the streets. I could tell you we didn't feel safe going to the police because we felt and knew the police didn't care about it. We felt and knew they just wanted information that will ultimately lock up somebody, or which ultimately had potential to start a war on the streets. I'm speaking for all of our ancestors who aren't physically here with us anymore, for all of our relatives that are currently incarcerated, for our immigrant community, for our LGBTQIA relatives, for all those families and individuals who have 2 jobs or more, and as mentioned by Elliot, don't have the luxury to be here in these calls. It's ironic to me how our RPD says that they are under-resourced, but has campaigned and used money by sending flyers to people's homes. They have created a commercial. I wonder how much money was spent on all of that. That money could have funded some of these programs that we are speaking about. Chief French also mentions that RPD has been receiving training on de-escalation, but where was the escalation when RPD murdered PD Perez? There's been a lot of other excessive use of force in the city of Richmond, and I don't see how de-escalation is playing its role. So please move.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 4440. Can you please press *6 to unmute yourself and give us your name for the record? Phone number ending in 4440.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿Sí me oye?
Sí, puede empezar.
Sí, está bien. Sí, mire. Sí, yo soy Raúl y soy residente de aquí de Richmond. Y soy también miembro de ACE. Mire, Richmond ha gastado demasiado en vigilancia y no suficiente en prevención. La financiación por policía del departamento de la policía de Richmond casi se ha duplicado en los últimos 20 años, de 319 en 1991 a 608 en el 2021. El 40% del Fondo General de Richmond se destina a la policía en comparación con el 2% a los servicios comunitarios. Richmond gasta más por policías que Nueva York, San José, Detroit, Filadelfia y Los Ángeles. El 38% de los incidentes a los que responde la policía de Richmond están relacionados con la salud y la preservación de la paz. ¿Cómo vamos a tener más policías si no vamos a tener más salud y más oportunidades de trabajo, más educación? Y yo creo que Richmond debería invertir fondos en sistemas de respuesta de emergencia que no sean de aplicación de la ley para manejar mejor las crisis de salud mental, conductas y de uso de sustancias en nuestra comunidad. Richmond debería invertir también en housing, en casas que sean más baratas para la comunidad y que no haya tantas gentes en la calle viviendo, y eso porque causan más problemas, porque viven en la calle, no tienen oportunidades de vivir en una casa, de vivir como humanos.
Ok, gracias. Ya su tiempo se ha terminado. Pero ¿nos puedes dar su nombre otra vez?
Raúl Vázquez.
Ok. ¿Tiene alguien que le traduzca?
No, ahorita no.
Oh, ok. Gracias.
¿Usted no puede traducir?
No, no puedo.
Ok, entonces otra vez mejor voy a hablar en inglés.
Ok, gracias. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 6261. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and give us your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, my name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident in Richmond, and I'm here to speak today on this issue and touching on other issues. And I wanted to start off by saying that SB 91, the Tenant Protections Act of 2021, protects impacted tenants from being evicted for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19 pandemic financial distress due to reduction of hours, etc. Over the weekend, RPD was called to an illegal lockout of a tenant who met the requirements of the State Protections Act. She was recommended to not stay in her home due to concerns of physical altercations between her and the landlord. Richmond Police Department is not meeting the needs of tenants during the COVID-19 pandemic against hostile landlords that are illegally locking out tenants from their homes. It's obvious that we need funding for housing, homeless services, legal tenant services, ONS, wraparound programs, youth programs, prevention and intervention, and reentry programs to continue the much needed work that the police can't do and will never be able to deliver on when it comes to the community needs. More police on the street does not equal more safety. So I urge you to support the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force proposals that have been diligently thought through and through. We're betting too much of our safety on policing and next to nothing on community services and programs that are preventing and dealing with these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Tinajero. Daniel Tinajero. Can you please unmute yourself? Por favor, presione el botón para hablar de unmute. Okay, we'll try to come back to him. Our next speaker is Marco Lemus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marco Lemus. I've lived in Richmond all my life. I grew up around drug dealing, gunshots all the time, violent rage from the police, and their overall aggressiveness towards people of color. And I've always wondered like what the solution was. And I learned that it's a systemic problem, you know? It's not something that can be intimidated. People can't really be intimidated out of their circumstance, what they're exposed to, and what they know. And these recommendations, they seem to help all the like I haven't heard any good enough argument for the police aside from fear, fear-based arguments. Everything is about here's gunshots, who's gonna respond to them, police. And like, there's no real like talk about strategy, investigations. These recommendations would help police officers drastically make their job safer and also build more community trust. Like this is literally the epitome of community engagement. Like a lot of people on the task force volunteering hours and hours and hours all year, and people still complaining about they're not doing enough outreach. I say that's bullshit. You come to the table, you reach out to these people, you figure out what you got to do to get your input. Like, I don't get why people keep complaining there's no outreach. That's the city's job. That's the police's job. I don't get why police are complaining about the community not engaging with them. Like, that's what you guys are supposed to get paid for, isn't it? And police make way too much money. Like, I think the highest was like more than $400,000. Like, that's hella money. And there's too much fires in our city. I mean, like literally and figuratively. And police, mostly police, poor people.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Try Danielle Tinajero again.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
So, been living in Richmond all my life, and I did Richmond Youth Media, Rise, graduated in Richmond High, and yeah, I did Richmond Youth Works. I was one of those kids that they're talking about, and yeah, I've seen the change. I grew up with a lot of people, gangbangers, I also did a lot of smart people, whatever. And I noticed that the people that were going on a bad route, all they wanted was just to make money, find a way out, because there was nothing to do. And guess what? Those people that went to Richmond Youth Works, they are now working either trade jobs or getting their degrees and everything. And I'm about to graduate myself. And it's crazy because Richmond Youth Works actually gave me the skills that I needed, that I didn't even know I had, to get to like focus on a degree and work on that. So I'm all for whatever they're proposing. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 1383. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and provide your name for the record.
Flora, ¿estás ahí? Sí, estoy aquí. Ok, Flora, introdúcete, yo te voy a traducir.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
Mi nombre es Flora Bach.
Okay.
Floridalma Bach, soy de la ciudad de Richmond y soy del grupo AC. My name is Flora Bach and I live in Richmond and I belong to the group ACE. Sigue, Flora. Sí, yo apoyo al grupo de reimaginación, a la propuesta. I support the dimension public safety. Okay. Sigue. Sí, y se me olvidó cómo. De los 10 millones. Sigue. Sí, queremos más como la ayuda como para los jóvenes y para los homeless. Okay, she supports the 10 million that the Reconvening Public Safety is asking to start the programs for youth and homeless. ¿Qué más? Sí, yo apoyo a eso y creo que es todo. Muchas gracias. Okay, she supports everything from them and thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Ben?
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Richmond residents watching and listening. My name is Ben Terrio. I'm the Police Officers Association president. I've protected Richmond residents for over 13 years. The vast majority of residents in this city are not divided about their police department. This police department and other officers who serve in it consistently receive high marks within the community. Look at the city paid community surveys done over the past years. We always shine. This police department was also one of the most diverse and actually was recognized by President Obama at one time. I find it incredulous that some on the city council can't seem to understand the value of their already defunded police department. We see so many other bad examples of policing elsewhere, and yet despite having something valuable in their hands, some on the council are still practicing activism instead of good governance. Let's get some perspective on police budgets. Concord spends 58% of their budget on police. Antioch spends 62% of their budget. The Richmond Police Department is 40%. And we are far more violent of a city than those cities listed. You want to know what the false narrative of all this is, that there is only one choice. You can do both, and that's clear in what has been recommended tonight. You can start new services, evaluate them, and make adjustments. Most members of the task force agree with the concepts submitted from the task force. But many of us, however, do not agree with defunding an already defunded police department for implementation. And that's where the great lie begins, because you don't have to start these ideas with further defunding of the police department. Unfortunately, from the start, you just have people who want to defund as their objective. And some of these people just, quite frankly, live in an alternate reality. People commit crimes because of social economic conditions. Yes, that's true. But some people don't give a damn, and that's where the disconnect lies. Are we really going to believe someone raped someone because they had no other options? Shot somebody because they had no other options? There has to be a response to immediate emergencies, and this reduction will completely reduce your police department's ability to do that. It's very important to make an educated and smart decision in this process. People's safety relies on it, and they're looking at you.
Thank you. Our next group of speakers are Karina, Monica, Thomas Phelps, Jordan King, Douglas Pelton, and Roxana Benavides. Karina. And please provide your full name for the record.
Got it. Can
Karina?
you hear?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Karina Espino, and I am a social worker in Richmond. I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has shared so far, especially to the individuals who have been long-term members of the community. Something that I really wanted to highlight is the plan that was put forth by the task force members really gives us an opportunity to focus on prevention opportunities versus intervention and consequences, which is really something that we need to begin to work towards collectively. The police chief mentioned, and other members of the police force are mentioning that it's been underfunded. And if we want to talk about things that have been underfunded, we can talk about schools, we can talk about legal aid support, and we can talk about mental health as well. Practically every system in Richmond right now is maxed out. Some of the numbers that I've been hearing from mental health professionals are caseloads between 250 to 750 individuals. I did some math on the cases that the police officers were talking about. I would dream of 150 cases a year at this point. If we're really talking about what social workers can do, social workers can help de-escalate, but also social workers need options to support these solutions. And I think that's something that the task force is offering right now. And I really just want to highlight that this is an opportunity to redistribute resources that have been taken out of the hands of the community members and reallocate that power. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica. And please provide your full name for the record.
Hi. Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Monica Diaz. I am a member of the community, grew up in Richmond, Esmond Avenue, 12th Street, Grove Avenue, and South 9th Street, with the majority of my neighbors being Black and brown folks. I have nothing but bad experiences with the police, but I won't go into detail now for the sake of time. I urge City Council today to support the recommendations of the task force. I want to remind listeners that members in the task force have first-hand experience with many at-risk youth. They get to see how these institutions police our youth and create more fear and trauma than anything on a daily basis. Anyone can hold up a sign saying Black Lives Matter. I encourage you all to look into the facts about those who are doing the groundwork and question the ones that are only looking to take credit for it. Police members cannot have a real presence in the community and effectively build relationships if they cannot leave their uniform at home. Are they here because they care about Richmond, or are they here because they care about the paycheck and benefits? We need to remove police from our schools and bring in professionals to support mental wellness. I have witnessed that with the right support of adult allies, guidance, and essential needs, young adults can thrive. We need more of this. It's time to invest in programs that address prevention. Police cannot do it all, shouldn't do it all. If police really cares about the well-being of the community they serve, they would be all for this and not worried about their salaries. Folks in the task force are not here for personal interest. They're here for the people who are often misrepresented or not represented at all. The council should be too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Phelps. Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tom Phelps. I'm a fire captain with the Richmond Fire Department, as well as a business agent for Local 188. I'm speaking tonight in opposition for item J3. Cuts to the police department are a huge mistake. We depend on them every day to ensure our safety, the safety of your firefighters, and so do the residents. The Richmond Police Department is an amazing police department that has always led the way in community policing. They are an exemplary department and should not be looking at any cuts. We need to support the great job those women and men are doing. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan King.
Hello. So I'm in favor of expanding social services and supporting measures to lift people out of unfavorable circumstances. And I agree that the police force should be looking towards reforms and improvements where necessary, as I believe they are doing currently. I think it's a false dichotomy between social services and police. Inequality and social disadvantage is not a reason to fire as many as 35 police officers in Richmond. Representing May Valley Neighborhood Council, we want to be able to call the police and get support in situations that aren't so serious that there's a suspect on the scene, which is probably what the only reason we'll be able to get a police officer in our neighborhood if this proposal goes through as presented. So I support Chief French's recommendations for alternate sources of funding to support the other task force recommendations. It allows for some of the funds to come from the police, but also from other sources which are available to the city. I don't think we have to do one or the other, and I do think that police reform doesn't have to mean hobbling the police force in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Douglas Pelton. Douglas?
Hello, thank you. It took me a minute to get to the unmute button. Yes, my name is Douglas Pelton, and I'm a 30-year Richmond resident. And I want to thank the whole city council for letting us continue on with this, and so many members of the community sharing their perspectives. It's been fascinating to listen to so many stories and opinions. I want to unabashedly support the task force and the recommendations. Listening to their proposals in the last meeting was enlightening and so powerful. It rang very true. I will support those who referred to the problem that really seems to be being discussed tonight around the non sequiturs or the false dichotomies around the insistence on the police force personnel reductions, which I never heard anybody state. It seemed that Chief French and the city has seemed to focus on the reduction of police officers and the, I'll have to say, somewhat threats of reductions of services and what that would mean to citizens of Richmond if these proposals are accepted. I don't think that's what's going on. And again, I can't say it as clearly and cogently as so many others have tonight. I would offer any support to anyone who wants to discuss how to create efficiencies and how to deliver services. That's something that I did professionally for many, many years. I had to deliver against unit costs that had to be reduced regularly. But I want to thank Chief French. I think you've done an amazing job. But I am unabashedly in support of the.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Roxana Benavides.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
My name is Clara. 1 second for translator.
Okay.
Edit. Edit.
Hello, is this Roxana?
Yeah, soy Clara.
Ok, ¿tiene alguien que la traduzca?
Quiero conectar a número 6261.
¿O usted le va a hablar?
Sí, quiero conectarla a ella.
Okay, so this Roxana is waiting to connect to her translator.
The second. 1 second. Edith. Sí, la voy a conectar con speaker. Okay.
Ok, ya puede comenzar.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ok. El motivo es yo estoy participando porque quiero contar un poco de mi historia, de lo que me sucedió el sábado. Fui desalojada muy de la manera más cruel que se puede decir. Cambiaron la cerradura, llegó la policía. Sí.
Permítame, Clara, ¿puedo traducir?
Sí.
So my name is Clara Relajano, and I'm on here today sharing a little bit about something that happened to me over the weekend. I was locked out, and I called the police.
Pero la policía llegó y no hizo nada. Me sacaron del lugar. Estoy ahora homeless. No tengo dónde dormir. Estoy durmiendo en el carro. Y ellos no hicieron nada. No hicieron incluso un reporte. Se pusieron al lado del propietario de la unidad.
And so I called the police about the illegal lockout. Unfortunately, the police didn't do anything in my favor. I am now homeless, living in my car, after they pretty much sided with the landlord.
Y esa es la razón por la que yo quiero que hagan cambio, que apoyen las organizaciones, porque personas como yo existen y es bueno que les ayuden, que no pongan tanto dinero allí a los policías porque en realidad no hacen su trabajo.
And I'm really here because I'm urging that you as a city support the programs and organizations that are working on these things so that people like me who exist and need that support will be able to get it. Giving all of this money to the police didn't help me in any way.
Esa es mi opinión.
That's my opinion.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Jordan King. Oh, I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Gary. And can you please give your complete name for the record, Gary?
Gary Kirk.
Okay, you may go ahead. Yes.
Okay, so I listened to a whole lot of discussion, a lot of things good about all the recommendations to add things to the city budget. The city balanced the budget last year on the back of a reduction in police since 2017. It sounds like you've dropped over 120 police officers. Yeah, you're cut to the bone. You want to cut some more, go right ahead. You're just inviting more crime into the city. And the people that don't normally vote in city elections may actually have to start voting. So you do what you want to do tonight, and then we'll have to deal with what we have to deal with after you make your decisions. Just have a good time, because I don't see you going anywhere but down the tube. Your police department won't exist. And you can thank a lot of good intended people for a very unfortunate situation. By the way, I'm a retired federal auditor, and I never audited this particular thing, but I've audited a lot of things in the government. I haven't seen anything presented tonight that suggests anything that the police is doing that is actually going to reduce their workload. And when you've already reduced them down to nothing, it's sort of like playing a football game with 11 guys, and one guy gets hurt and you don't have anybody to put back in. That's where you're at with your police department. You've cut it to the bone and you've demoralized it. And what used to be a highly respected police department is being reduced to nothing. So keep on your good work. And unfortunately, the people running the city right now haven't got a clue how to get more money into.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is KHOA COA.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Quan Nguyen, and I'm a Richmond police officer. What I wanted to share was, so back when President Obama was in office, he had commissioned a report that became known as the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. The reason I bring this up is because this report is significant because it was a national study which had recognized the Richmond Police Department as being one of a handful of police departments that serve as a model police department. 18,000 or so existing police departments in this country. However, this task force proposes recommending that we defund this model police department that we have right here in Richmond, which is a department that truly does believe in community. So these proposed programs that the task force are recommending are worth a try, but defunding the police department by over $10 million to fund these programs is not the answer. Let's give these programs a try, but let's do it through a gradual process and accept the city manager's proposal tonight so that we can accomplish that. Because we really can't afford a sudden $10 million reduction in layoffs of officers this summer right here in the police department. For example, there are many times during the day when we only have about 10 or so officers protecting this city of over 110,000 people with multiple calls for services coming in from Richmond residents. This is extremely dangerous to both the community and the police officers that work here. So council members, I urge you to please think about the safety of the community, your safety of the employees who have dedicated themselves to protecting the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, so we have an opportunity now for any council members who want to make any final statements before we entertain a motion. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Let's see, Councilor McLaughlin.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank all the public speakers for all your input. I want to thank the task force who worked so hard for so long to come up with these proposals. I want to thank Chief French and the RPD and staff in general for the work that you have done in terms of looking at these proposals and just the work you do every day. But 40% of our budget for police is not rational or reasonable. So I want to lift up the idea that public safety requires a holistic solution. We don't need to lay off officers. We just need to freeze some of the vacant positions. Now, we've been here before. During my first year as mayor, many of us had to fight hard to get the Office of Neighborhood Safety up and running. But our community rallied, just as the community is rallying today, because they were tired of seeing our youth end up dead because of street violence. And they knew bold new proposals were needed. And so we got ONS and other root cause solutions put in place. And as a result, we reduced crime dramatically. 47 homicides in 2007, 11 in 2014. That's more than a 75% reduction in homicides. Now, today we already have many programs in place. And the rudimentary elements of many programs, like, for example, the SOS Street Team is out there cleaning up our neighborhoods, and they'll be out there more often when we give them more funding to do so. SOS has dozens of homeless individuals ready and willing to work. They can steward our neighborhoods if we give them a chance with a ground level homeless plan. So I want to end by saying that we need a more balanced budget, and we can't expect the police to solely address our problems. If we do, we'll never have a sustainable, healthy, and safe city. The main goal of the reimagining process is to build partnerships among agents of public safety and agents of community-based support. So I have two questions that hopefully when staff comes back again, they can give us the answer to. Does the city staff have recommendations for how community-based support can be integrated with RPD? That's the first question. The second question is, how does RPD plan to improve how neighborhood stewards might help to sustain the management of our public infrastructure when such consistent management is not existent? We have so many problems on our streets with dumping, with all kinds of issues. We could use the help beyond the police. So if those questions could be answered when we discuss this again, I would be very, very happy. And I think that needs to be answered so that we can put in effect a truly holistic plan to address public safety. Thank you.
Does somebody from staff want to try to answer those questions now?
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, so Councilmember McLaughlin has mentioned coming back to answer those, and I think I would like to understand a little bit more about them, and we can do that after this meeting.
Okay, I'm happy to have a further conversation about that.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I think we're talking over each other, and we're not hearing what the other is saying. I mean, when I hear people say, let's see, some of the things, poorly funded police department. If we have a poorly funded police department and they take 40% of the budget, what is a well-funded police department? Is that 60% of our budget, 80% of our budget, 90% of our budget? And when people say that we're punishing police, could we say that we've punished Parks and Rec, that we've punished the libraries, that we've punished every other department because we don't want to punish police? And you know, I hear people saying that we want to downsize the police. What we want to downsize is a bloated budget, a budget that takes up most of our general funds. Now, when I say that we're talking over each other, are not directly to each other, I want to thank Chief French for sharing the drug policy. That was something that I did not know about. But I think Chief French also doesn't know about some of the things that the community endures, that the community suffers. For instance, I helped a Latino family who was having difficulties with the police. When I went to talk to them, it turned out that they had called the police because they had a tenant who was threatening them with life or death. And so when the police came, they actually, instead of siding with the person who was threatened, started threatening them with ICE and deportation. So to compound this situation, it was discovered that this tenant was forging documents. They found all the evidence and they confiscated it, most of it. And this person got away because he wasn't there when the police discovered all this evidence. But there was enough evidence left to fill a plastic bag full of documents. So I said, well, you know, the police should take this. And the tenant said, the owner of the house said, well, we told the police, we showed the police, and they didn't take it. So I took it, and I took it to my office, and I went through the documents, and I called the people whose names were on the documents, and they wanted to know how I got a hold of it. And when I told them, they were shocked. And then I called the chief of police, who, I said, I've arranged to take these documents to the owners. I can do that, or you can do that. And so the chief of police offered to take them. But, this was our police doing their job. So when I hear people say, cut the fat, not the meat, I'm wondering, what is the fat? What is the meat? And can we afford to have a police department that runs the way it does? Now, I'm going to say this because I've heard it from community members, and I'm not going to say where the location is, but I've had community members tell me that they're tired of seeing police gathered in places and just shooting the breeze, laughing, instead of being in their patrol cars, patrolling the neighborhood. So, these are things that I hear from our constituents, but our constituents are too afraid to mention it because they don't want to be retaliated by the police who are supposed to be protecting them. So do we want to police our community, or do we want to support our community? What the task force is asking is that we support the community. And as was mentioned, there was a $10 million excess or $12 million excess that hasn't been spent by the police department. So if we took that 10 million and used it for all the things that the reimagining is asking for us to do, we wouldn't even have to cut the police. So there's a lot of playing around with money, moving money here, moving money there. And the accounting that we as council members have been getting from staff make it difficult for us to make a reasonable assessment of actually what is going on. So I do think this conversation needs to go on. There needs to be a lot more said. I think that we need to have this conversation publicly so that the public knows what's going on. In terms of cutting fat, let me ask, how many police officers do we have with a disability claim?
We currently have we currently have 25 officers that are off on injury leave or on light duty, meaning that they are not full duty for patrol.
Okay, at the end of their service, how many police retire with disability?
I don't know what that number is.
Uh-huh. Would you
How many
say that
for the last year? How many for?
You could do last year, the last 5 years, the last 10 years, so that we could get an idea of what the culture is like.
Yeah, so Councilmember Martinez, those are questions better for our risk management group and human resources. And I believe that we'll be bringing some information to you possibly as soon as next week or the week after.
Okay, well, those are the kind of questions that would demonstrate whether or not we're cutting meat or cutting fat, of whether or not our police department is adequately funded or overfunded because of the misuse of money. Okay, that's it for now. I probably have a lot more to say, but I'll stop there.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I think like for me is also there were a lot of presentation and I think like when you presented the Youth Works ONS, you put detail. You said this is how much it's going to cost. This is how many people are going to hire. This is how many youth or the services that we are going to do. And I think like this is the way that we are going to support it. And I support to have the youth work and ONS money, as you mentioned, because it's already a good detail. But when I see the presentation, other presentations, even though they were with a lot of information, there is no a budget that attached that. And for instance, like Visa Friend, if you had a budget, or like how, I would like to know how did you come up with those numbers of the 35 and why you need to cut other things, and is there any budget you can share with item by item to see that in a budget. And then I think there is also some things that, for instance, there is a lot of information about the analysis and the impact of implementing these proposals. But I wonder also, had you done an analysis of how public safety will be improved by implementing the task force recommendations? And I will say this, there had been an analysis of the 911 service call data, and the majority is low priority according to the police categorization. Are these going to be considered in the proposal, how we are going to be shifting from this call to from police responding to other responses? Also, people have been meeting with the Deputy Health Service Director, Erika Jensen, and then another meeting with Dennis Dees and Aisha Banks, who are improvement advisors in the county, which they are looking at how the 311 and the lines and the services are going to be improved, are going to be allocated to respond to better mental health services. And they have said, they mentioned in these meetings that the county planning process is especially for city managers, but they haven't seen anyone from Richmond participated in these planning meetings. So I am here reading that you are trying to say, oh, we should have this emergency response to mental health through the county, but nobody from Richmond is making an attempt to participate in this. So how is that going to be coordinated? And then there is other things like sometimes it will be better for us to have some people who really know about Richmond and can really know how to respond to mental health services. So I see that there are some attempt to do some proposal here, but we need more information about how this is going to work with the county. And if nobody is going there, I don't know how that is going to happen. So, and then the last thing is that for these programs, we need ongoing resources, no one-time resources. If we want to really make sure that these programs are going to work, we need to put some money. And I agree that maybe we can seek for more money at the county level and do some coordination, but we need to give an example and have ongoing funding for this. And it's not one time. So I would like you to go back and bring a detailed budget that includes this ongoing funding, particularly for the crisis response and for the homeless services for ONS. I agree with the proposal for ONS and Richmond work, but I don't see anything more serious and more detailed about the other two proposals. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the staff for their presentation and all the audience for their valuable contribution. I only have 3 points of view at this time. The first is that we made a grave mistake when we put together the task force. We didn't use any criteria that should have been included. Number one, every one of those task force members should have been a Richmond resident. Number two, anyone who had a felony conviction, criminal involvement with the City of Richmond Police Department should have been excluded because they obviously bring a bias to the task force. The third thing, we should have made sure that the neighborhood councils, we have some 60 neighborhood councils. They've been strong throughout the community. The May Valley, as you heard, the Hilltop, the Fairmead, and I can go on and on. Those organizations should have been included to participate, at least give their recommendations or something to the task force. That didn't happen. The third thing I'd like my colleagues to realize that as a city, we are considered municipality, which means that we are not a state agency. We are not a county agency. We cannot be everything to everybody and provide every kind of program that they want. Our primary responsibility as a city is number one, public safety. That's the number one priority. Number two, not a necessary priority, but public works, recreation and parks, and obviously other city projects and programs. We are not a health department. That is a county responsibility. If you want health people to come in, then the county should be providing those resources. We are not an education system, although we do train in our Richmond Works program, but people want us to be an educational facility. We cannot be everything to everybody because simply we do not have the financial resources. So I'll leave it at that. Learn what a municipality is required to do, work within that framework. And if we get extra money from the federal government and so forth, then we expand out. But take care of your people with cleaning up your streets, cleaning up the roads, making sure they're repaired, public safety, make sure that we get the fire department to be able to respond to medically concerns. Again, we can't do everything in the city with limited resources. So thank you very much and good night.
Councilmember Willis, you're next.
All right, a couple of questions, if I can get staff to answer this right now, or if they can come back to a future meeting, I'd appreciate that. So I heard it be mentioned, this $12 million of unspent police budget. Can somebody elaborate on that unspent fund, please? Okay. And also,
wait, we're going to get an answer. Chief French.
So the budget, we still have a month to go within our budget, and we still have to pay salary and wages and benefits and stuff like that. And then we still have contracts that we're obligated to pay within that year. We also have vacancies. We have 12 vacant positions. So the fund, and we have had them for the last few months. And so the funding for those positions hasn't been paid for many months of this fiscal cycle.
Okay. And I guess on the vacancy portion of it too, because it also came up, people were, it was about a couple hours ago, but there was basically call out in the discrepancies of the vacancy data that is published versus the ones that are being reported on. Can you shed some light on that, please?
Sure, vacancies change all the time, and we understand that there's been some discrepancies because when they fall off the books in one department, you know, I'm always going off of what exactly I have on the day, but we've agreed as a city that we're going to run a vacancy report. We're going to be able to publish that report so that we're working off of the same number at all times.
Okay. And my last question, that I'll just kind of go into a statement and impressions I have over this whole process. On the, oh God, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm so sorry. But, oh yes, on the, you know, what you reported on and some of the things that would be impacted if 10 million were to be taken away would be patrol officers, mainly shot spotter program cut, traffic agency program cut, and a couple other investigated units cut. I would personally like to get some more data on a line item on how that translates. I'll want you to comment on it, but it's just kind of hard for me to wrap my head around all that being cut out of us if we take 10 million hypothetically out of a 67 to 69 million dollar budget. So having line items to kind of clarify that would be helpful for me, because that seems like a lot considering the size of the budget, just on its face. And so yeah, if there can be data that can come back or something that could be said, or both, by the end of the night, I'd appreciate that personally. Did you want to respond to that, Chief French, or should I just go to my statement?
No, I could try to respond to it, and I tried to explain it earlier. So for basically just patrol, we need 88 police officers. And so if you, to get to the $10.3 million reduction, we have to cut positions. There's no way that we can get there just by cutting contracts and other services. We have to cut positions. And so cutting 35 positions will get us close to the 10.3 million. And then with the additional contracts that we will cut will get us to the 10.3 million. But those positions that are being cut, those are going to impact all of the other units that we have within the police department, because our main priority is patrol. We have to be able to respond to calls for service. So 88 officers will be dedicated to a patrol response. And so that's 12 officers on 6 teams that cover 24-hour days a week, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Sorry, it's the next day. I'm tired.
I know.
So that's where the focus is, 88 officers. That leaves me with literally a dozen officers to do everything else that we have to do. Investigations, which we have to have a homicide unit. If somebody dies, we have to, at the very least, do that investigation. That does not leave the ability to have any other units except for a very small investigative unit to handle those major crimes, because the focus will be on those officers that are working patrol just to answer the calls for service. Did that explain it a little bit better?
Yeah, that explained it a little bit better too. I just know, because of how important this conversation is, to just kind of looking at something and having that breakdown numbers, and not only in front of us as a council, for everybody else in the public, is also going to be important, just so it's like, okay, this is what this actually looks like when we are voting on our budget. So that does help me for right now. Thank you.
Can I just clarify one more point about
Go ahead.
the,
Go ahead.
you know, I know you're asking for line and someone else also asked for line item. For the positions, it'll be very difficult for us to have an exact line item because every officer makes a different amount and it depends on what shift they are. So there's a lot of different variables. So the 35 positions amount to right around the, you know, close to $9 million. And so the rest of the cuts are the contracts. And those are the ones that I listed out. And I think they're actually listed out in the staff report. If you look at the staff report, they're all listed out what those contracts that will be cut would amount to. And that's about $1.1 million from those contracts.
Okay. And I guess just something that came up from that, out of all the contracts that were selected on the list, there wasn't anything else that seemed less essential, but those were the things that kind of fell to the bottom of the barrel in terms of less essential things when it came to cutting.
They're all essential. They're all essential, but in terms of what can we try to live without, you know, those are the ones that we came up with. Obviously, we can't do without our body cameras, and I looked at high dollar amounts. I mean, there's lots of contracts we have, but they're not going to get us to where we need to go because just the amount of money that the contract actually is. So I looked at contracts that had a significant amount of money that we pay into them, and those are the ones that I'm looking to eliminate.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, however best we can get some of that information. I know it's a huge lift and a lot of information to gather, but considering it's out there, I think it'd just be good to have some of it in front of us as best as we can get down to the nitty gritty of it, just so we do have a visual. So that's it for my questions right now, Chief French. Thank you. And yeah, just just a statement I want to make about all this going on. One thing that I will say that is definitely missing from this conversation that has not been said, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it because I do door knock the community and I do talk to people one-on-one candidly who don't have a political stake whatsoever. All they have is their experience and feelings living in Richmond. But the thing that hasn't been mentioned and is part that needs to be addressed is that very low income to some moderate income Black and brown community members are scared of the police and they have had bad experiences with the police. I have been stopped by cops at the age of 15 just walking down the street just trying to grab a bag with a friend of mine. And because I misunderstood the communication of the police officer, I ended up getting frisked and sit down, and all I was doing was walking down the street. I also recall almost getting shot a couple of years ago or being threatened to be shot. And whenever I mentioned this and interact with the cops, I got yelled at. I got yelled at, and I'm like, what did I do? All I'm doing is reporting on my experience. So I'm only saying all that is to say is that that is something that still exists within our department too, and something that hasn't been called out when folks are looking at the handling of what happened with Rashonda Franklin, which got brought up to me multiple times that I never brought up publicly, or with Petey Perez, or with WAP. These are all things that have happened within our police department, but I don't really recall anybody ever coming out and saying, hey, this is wrong, we did bad. Instead, I did see a lot of doubling down and posturing on procedure and everything, but not the actual harm that happened to community members when it was the other side that was being alleged to have committed it. With that all being said, that is why I supported the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force. That is why I support justice impacted people being involved, because they do have experiences that are essential. And to have justice impacted people who were once touched by the criminal justice system participate in this is essential, because it also shows that we are not just criminalizing people their entire lives for mistakes that they made. We're looking at them as new reformed human beings and are trying to get their input on best ways to address public safety. safety. I have noticed personally just growing up that people go out and commit crimes because of what somebody else says. They're trying to make money. They're trying to pay bills. They're trying to hustle. Hell, because I grew up at very low income, I've had people try to sling drugs to me and guns and everything, saying, Melvin, take care of yourself. But that's not how I wanted to take care of myself, because I actually had investment from peers and teachers. Not a lot of the other things that community members around me actually had. Matter of fact, I had somebody older than me when I was still a teenager look at me and say, the only thing they expect a Black man to do is do breaking and entering, so that's just what I'm gonna do. That's the kind of investment that I have seen in my community members. That's something that I have not heard. And with that being said, I am listening to the chief and I am listening to the task force. This is all a real serious conversation, and how we take that first step in actually addressing public safety at its root causes and actually dealing with a lot of the things that are happening. That first step is incredibly essential. And that first step that I want to see happen is actually investing in community members who don't feel like nobody is investing in them. That's what I see in the low-income communities of color. That is the feeling that I'm getting back. And the fear of calling the cops because they're afraid that they're going to be criminalized themselves. Okay? That's where I'm also coming from this conversation. I do want to see more investment in our community. I do want to see another response in our community too. And I also want to make sure that we are taking those steps in a way that isn't going to cause more harm than good. And how we take those first steps are going to be important. And I'm saying all that is to saying is that there's too much posturing on both sides. There's too much of just distrust and not believing what the other person is saying, treating it as rhetoric. And what I'm listening to both sides is I'm hearing serious conversations on impacts and directions that we need to go into. So I'm only saying it like this and having an outburst because it's completely frustrating being stuck in the middle of a very controversial conversation and we're still yelling the same things at each other. There has to be a moment as we're continuing this conversation where we're all sitting down, laying out the issues and figuring out a best path forward so the people who are not represented in this conversation, the only 50 people that have spoken out of 100,000 people that have spoken tonight, can feel safe at the end of the day by the time we make our budget decisions. I support the recommendations, but I also just want to make sure that we get there in the right way as possible too. So I'm only saying that because this is just feelings I've been having for the past few weeks. I've been being quiet and listening, and we are kind of getting to the point where we need to figure out what is this realistic way that we're going to push forward. And everybody has to lay their cards on the table, be integral, assume good intentions, and let's figure out a way how to keep Richmond safe, because there are ongoing issues that we're not going to be able to address right now because we are a city that is under-resourced. And it is also, last thing I'll say, it has been for years incredibly frustrating to see how much money we have invested in the public safety and how little we have invested in community resources. And the only thing community members who don't get involved in the political process is saying, hey, I do want to see more for young people out there because right now they don't have nothing else to do besides talk to the dope dealer on the corner. So please, let's all actually come together, take each other seriously, and try to figure out a path forward. We're probably not going to be completely happy, but we can at least push that needle forward and get people the services they need and actually keep them safe. So with that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, we still have
Oh, I'm
a
sorry.
couple of people who want to speak.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Johnson, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I am
You're
still here.
You're awful quiet. Would you like to add to this discussion?
I am quiet, Mayor, but because I'm not sure if there's anything that I can say. As Councilmember Willis put it, people have taken their sides and they've driven their stakes into the ground and they've planted their flags. And I'm not sure if individuals are in a position to, want to hear how we, want to hear this whole kumbaya, let's come together and be one Richmond, or if they like lying on each other and fighting each other. Only time will tell. So I'm not sure what else I can say. I'm not sure what else we can do as a council to try to take in all viewpoints, to try to make sure that everybody is heard and try to get the entire community to understand that no one side is going to get everything that they want, that this is going to be a community process and that we're all going to have to like meet in the middle to try to see how we're going to move forward. But I've been saying since the beginning, like we started this process a year ago and we all knew that we weren't going to come out the same way, but for some reason, individuals are still expecting us to maintain the status quo. There's been a lot of not just posturing, but I'm just go ahead and say it myself, racism and anti-poor rhetoric. And it was, I'm not even gonna say it was tolerable, but it was one thing when we had one person calling in using dog whistle politics and dog whistle language and coded racial language, but to have several community members call in now and use the same sort of language and think that they're actually like advocating for what's right is heartbreaking. It's extremely heartbreaking because not only is it racist and anti-poor, but some of it, some have even displayed a bit of self-hate, and it's just how we talk about people, how we think about certain groups. This whole idea of us versus them, that's the root cause of the issue. Input in like in this entire thing, the us versus them mentality, and they're going to come and destroy the city. They're going to increase people need help just like you need help. People need services just like you need services. I think Councilmember Willis put it very nicely when he put, these people are doing a lot of these things to survive, not because they like it, not because they want to. If the city paid more than the streets, then I promise you more people would be in the city than the streets. One of the reasons why individuals, it was brought up earlier, one of the reasons why people won't go back to work is because unemployment pays more. It's simple economics. You go where the bag is. But for some reason, we like to other people who don't make the same choices that we make, and we like to demonize them and make it seem like they're irredeemable and that we have to use the harshest tactics possible in order to get them under control. And I understand that we need these investigative units. We need individuals to respond to calls. And so like all of this rhetoric about people being anti-police and like all of the lies, just blatant lies that's being spread, it's heartbreaking. I understand that election season is next year, but some of y'all are just reaching, staff included. Some of the community meetings that I've been to, in hearing some of the comments from the community is one thing, but then the comments from the staff is another. It's very disappointing to hear staff members feed into the frenzy, to hear council members fuel the fire. It's very disappointing. People talk about the implementation process as if the council have already made votes. People put out articles and press releases and commercials and a bunch of misinformation that doesn't help the cause at all. And my main question becomes, what's the point? Because it can't be for us to unify the city and come to a common understanding, because the rhetoric that's being used, and as Councilmember Willis put it, the posturing that's being done, we can't want to unify. So I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else, like, because at this point, people are going to spread the misinformation that they're going to spread. People are going to tell the lies that they're going to tell. And so at this point, as my mother used to tell me growing up, I can show you better than I can tell you at this point what the implementation process is going to look like, what this entire process, with this entire thing is going, how the shoe is going to land. I can show you better than I can tell you at this point. because all the talk, we got people on the council who hate the police. We got people, no. That's like me saying that the mayor is on the position that he is because he grew up a privileged white man with a federal judge as a father. So of course he's pro-police. I just made a whole bunch of assumptions right there. But see, we do that. So I'm not sure what else to say. I'm not sure what else to do because at this point, I can just show you better than I can tell you. Because whatever I say, you're not going to believe. Or somebody is going to twist and turn to make it fit what they want, with the narrative that they want it to fit.
Mr. Mayor, is it time for a motion?
No, because I haven't spoken
Ah,
yet.
all right.
And
Go ahead.
Mayor, I would like to speak too when you're done.
Okay, so this has been a fascinating discussion over the last year. One thing I agree with some of my fellow council members who have brought this up is that the contrast between interest groups in this subject is just stark. I mean, there are no shades of gray out there. Those people who support the recommendations of the task force, most of them, seem to have just basically a fundamental distrust and loathing of the police. And yet what's ironic is that by reducing the number of police and walking away from the model of community policing, we're losing, the one tool that has developed in this country to try to build relationships between the community and the police. And I find that ironic. I mean, it was only about 6 years ago. Well, it's been more than that, but it was only a few years ago that President Obama's Attorney General came to Richmond and spoke of Richmond as having a model police force and praising Richmond. But clearly, there are a lot of people out there who don't believe that. There are people, again, as I said, who loathe the police, and they distrust the police, and it's very disturbing. But I guess it's it's a fact, and that those same people, including the majority of the city council, are essentially convinced that addressing what they call the root cause of crime is what we should be spending our resources on, and not on police. And they see lawbreakers as victims, not as criminals. So there's a narrative and an agenda and a worldview out there that where they're just miles apart. I think that in all this request for social services and for the suggested places where this money should be going, I think we all agree those are good causes. I don't think anybody would object to that. But I want to point out that Richmond has not exactly squandered its resources by putting them only in one place. Kids First. We have one of the few Kids First programs in the state of California, and we have the only one in Contra Costa County for sure. Richmond Promise. We have one of the few Promise programs in the state of California, and as far as I know, ours has the highest funding of any Promise program in California. And I know that, no other city in Contra Costa County has a promise program. Our Richmond Build program has been an award-winning program for years, and is very successful in training young people to succeed in careers, particularly in construction. We have a family justice center in Richmond, which is a partnership among a lot of agencies, but it's also somewhat unique. I don't know if there are others in the county, but you don't find those in every city. We have a reentry center. Again, probably not unique, but it's not something that every city has. Richmond has probably one of the most robust rent control and just cause ordinances in the state of California, maybe in the entire country. We pioneered ONS. Richmond was one of the first, if not the first city in the country to set up a program like ONS, and it's been copied. It's been copied all over the country. We're already, this year we're spending over $500,000 on services for homeless people. We have the police activities league, which the chief says unfortunately will probably go away with the cuts we're talking about. And in terms of jobs, we've got employers out there willing to pay more than $15 an hour for people to work for them, and they can't find employees. So, Richmond is way ahead of certainly the cities in our county, of most cities in California, in terms of what we are investing, particularly in young people. So, I don't think we give enough credit to what we've already done. Now, in terms of the divide and where people are in the city on this, I don't know. I can tell you some things I do know. In the past week and a half, I've received well over 1,000 emails from people in Richmond. I think they're all Richmond residents who are opposed to any defunding of the police. In contrast, I've received maybe 40 emails from people who are in favor of reducing funding for the police. There have been a couple of online polls out there. One on, I guess they're both on Nextdoor. One of them, I think Ellen Seskin started, and she had 400 responses to it. It's not scientific because people who responded are self-selected. But 76% of people who responded were opposed to reducing funding of the police. And finally, neighborhood councils. I don't know what all neighborhood councils have done, but the ones I have heard from personally are all opposed to reducing funding for the police. So I'm not sure where public opinion is out there. I think that this might be a great opportunity for, to put this on the ballot and see what people want to do. But I personally, I think there's a smaller group of Richmond residents who feel very strongly about reducing police funding and moving the resources into other programs. I think the vast majority of people in Richmond don't want to do this. That's kind of what I think. And then finally, I'm going to wind this up with a couple of other statements. Some of the suggested reallocations of funding go to homeless programs and mental health programs. And I'm gonna echo what Councilman Bates said. Contra Costa County gets a lot of money from the federal government and the state government for homeless issues and for mental health issues. And they're going to get a lot more, compared to the 27 million that Richmond is going to get from ARPA. Contra Costa County is going to get, they're going to get hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think what we really ought to do is work harder on making sure that the county spends more in these two areas and that we get our fair share of it rather than us financing these programs. The more money we put into them, the less inclined the county is to spend county resources on them. And so we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot on that one. And then finally, I have a pretty good idea how this is going to end, and it's not going to end the way I want it to go. But I have 1 year and 7.5 months left in office, and day in, day out, I get complaints from people. Maybe some of you get them, maybe you don't. But what I get complaints about: speeding in my neighborhood, fireworks, suspicious persons, illegal cannabis growing, drug houses, porch pirates, catalytic converters, slow or lack of response from police, failure to investigate. And in the past, when I've gotten these, I pass them all to Chief French, and I ask her to look at it and see, if there's some way that she can respond to these people and take care of their problems. But I can tell you, back in 2008, we had we had the Chevron 5, and I think that when this gets passed, we're going to have the crime wave 4 or 5. I don't know how it's going to end up. And when people call me in the future, I'm just gonna tell them, don't call me, call the crime wave 5, and ask them why your police aren't providing services to you anymore. So in a way, you're going to make my life easier. That's all I have to say. Councilmember McLaughlin, you have a motion.
Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So just to tie this back into the main focus of tonight, in terms of what we were designated to bring back, and in terms of what we need to keep moving forward, we do have option. We have recommendation here that it's part of the budget. So remember, the primary part is about the budget at this point. The recommendation gets us a lot closer to where we would have been otherwise. There are 4 categories. 2 of those categories were essentially saying, yes, let's go full speed ahead as the task force has recommended. One of them we can't practically implement in terms of like hiring fast enough and that kind of thing. So in the next year budget, it wouldn't be fully funded simply for some practical reasons. One of the areas is an area where we really need to continue to have conversations and study. And to address Councilmember Jimenez's comment about wanting more detailed budgets before voting on that part, we will not be able to do that in the next couple of weeks. And so that's why the recommendation includes a placeholder amount in addition to time to continue working with the group. And then the last area, same thing, we have conflicting direction from council on a variety of things. So the recommendation regarding homelessness would allow us to do some needs assessment, some strategic planning to look at a comprehensive package and what that would look like going forward. So it's clear that the council, well, I don't know what Councilmember McLaughlin's going to recommend. It doesn't seem that they're ready, you all are ready to make a decision about that recommendation specifically. But please know that next week we are trying to come to you all with a balanced budget. Many of these issues are becoming intertwined. The Reimagine part in terms of how we pay for it is intertwined with ARPA, is intertwined with balancing our budget. And all of those pieces get quite complex. We will have to move forward with these recommendations as part of that budget that we present to you. And then we will continue to take direction just from a timing standpoint to try and make adjustments for the following meeting. But we will have to keep moving forward with something. And so you can understand a little bit better starting next week how all of these intertwine. And if you change one part, where else something might change.
Well, let's see what Councilmember McLaughlin's motion is. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just want to make a comment because I think like what I say about the detailed budget wasn't understood.
Out of order, Councilmember Jimenez. Please, Councilmember McLaughlin, you have a motion.
Before I make the motion, I do want to hear what Councilmember Jimenez has to say, because I think she's responding to something the city manager said. So if you don't mind, Mayor, could we hear that?
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. So I understand that for the crisis response, there is needs for more time. There is a need of planning. So I am not asking you for a detailed budget for that. I am asking you for a detailed budget that it wasn't presented here for the police department to see how all these numbers came out with. So I think that was the same question that Council Member Willis was asking, to get that information. But what I am asking is to have, like, you are coming back with a budget with detail about how these recommendations are going to be implemented. This is it.
So my motion will be that, first of all, as per the agenda item, direct staff to continue working with the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force and come back with a more detailed implementation plan, but also a detailed budget that provides funding, ongoing funding for CCRP, even if it's just a placeholder or what, and ongoing funding for SOS, this ground plan for helping our unhoused, and how the RPD can fund that, in whether it's, freezing some vacant positions or some programs or contracts not moving forward with. Let's see what you can come up with, staff, to, I heard the ONS and the Youth Works proposal. So that's pretty well agreed upon, but to put something in there to this ongoing funding for SOS, actually expanded funding for SOS, and at least a placeholder for the CCRP if you can't line item the budget. But let's see what the budget looks like because I want to see that pie without having 40% with the RPD. Let's get it a little more balanced with these programs. Then we'll know we have a more holistic program. So come back. So again, in short, I'm going to make my motion short here. Come back, work with the Public Safety Task Force, come back with a implementation plan and a detailed budget that includes CCRP and SOS, and see how the RPD can fund ongoing these programs.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
Motion passes with Mayor Butt and Councilmember Bates voting no.
Okay,
Mayor, we can move the other agenda items. We have a,
that's what I'm getting ready to
okay,
do.
so we have one consent item that we needed to address.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to do is we have two public hearing items, and I'm going to move them to June 8th. Okay, I'm also going to move item
One and two.
J1 and J2 to June 8th. And then we're going to hear item H6 now. Okay,
Point of,
Item
don't we need a
eight.
motion?
say what?
Don't we need a motion to extend the meeting?
Who is that? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Councilmember, is that Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe the previous motion by Councilmember Jimenez was to suspend the rules and finish up this current item. So we need a motion to.
Right.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Is there a motion to finish up this last item, H6?
So moved.
Councilmember McLaughlin, did what? You're muted.
I think Councilmember Willis wanted to speak.
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting till the end of this item.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll need 5 votes. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
I'd like to make a statement before this, never mind, go ahead.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Was that a no? I'm sorry.
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, your vote.
Sorry. Yes.
Mayor Butt,
Yes.
the motion fails. With council members Jimenez, McLaughlin, Willis, and Mayor Butt voting yes. Council members Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Councilmember Martinez voting no.
That's an unlikely majority, isn't it? Okay, well, with that, I would like to wish you all a good morning. And I believe we are adjourned.